Writing a book can be such a desperately lonely process. You embark upon a journey, you can't always see the road ahead, often there is none, and you are walking through fog in a forest. No one else is on quite the same trip as you. You are always alone when the work gets difficult as you battle the demons in your head. Writing one book after another is a series of such journeys. And so is life. Life can sometimes be the hardest project of all. As you end up far from wherever you thought your destination was, you're still not sure where you're going to next. Sometimes you think the journey is great, but other times it absolutely isn't. And there is every chance that no one understands what you're going through because sometimes you don't understand it yourself. My God, I just made it sound so grim. Thankfully, my guest today isn't quite so gloomy about the prospect of writing books, or indeed about life itself. Yes, all of it is solitary, but you can find joy in the work and make friends along the way, including some who will come and help when your geyser isn't working. Narayani Basu is a fantastic biographer, but what I admire most about her is not the considerable thought she has put into the lives of others, but the intentionality with which she lives her own life.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Narayani Basu, who has been on the show once before in a fantastic episode called India's Greatest Civil Servant, about her wonderful book on V.P. Menon. She's recently released A Man for All Seasons, a biography of K.M. Panikkar, once described quite aptly as the impossible man. Panikkar worked closely with Gandhi and Nehru, was a founder editor of the Hindustan Times, was a professor, a historian and a novelist, a minister for princely states, an ambassador to foreign countries, a public intellectual who straddled fields, who wrote treatises in English and poetry and novels in Malayalam, basically like Forrest Gump, but more unbelievable despite actually existing. Narayani is a fantastic storyteller. This is a rollicking book with both insights and entertainment, just like her previous work. Only the second half of this episode is about the book and about Panikkar though. In the first half, we chatted about Narayani's own life and learnings with many meditations on themes like friendship, finding connection, finding purpose, the travails of writing, understanding that adulting is always just winging it, and the importance of intentionality. I love the first 2 hours of this conversation, in fact all of it, and I know you'll enjoy it too. But first, let's take a commercial break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Narayani, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you so much, Amit. It is the second time that I'm back, so I'm very happy.
It's not the second time you're back, it's your
What?
second episode. It's the first time you're back.
In what sense?
In the sense, the first time you came on the show, you
Huh.
weren't back. This is the first time you're back.
Yeah, this time.
But I'm very
Semantics.
very happy to have you on the show today. So, I was reading your wonderful book on Mr. Panikkar, and I was thinking we are going to have such a great conversation about Mr. Panikkar. He's such a great man. But then today morning, I spoke to a mutual friend of ours who I just described as my favorite Nair and possibly yours also. And she told me such amazing things about you that I said, okay, forget Mr. Panikkar. Though I'm joking. We'll come to Mr. Panikkar at some point. But I want to talk about Narayani today. And this is Supriya Nair. Right,
One
So-
of my favorite Nairs also.
one of your favorite Nairs
Yes.
also. Yeah, she's a pretty awesome Nair as Nairs go. Though I must say my sample size of Nair friends is one. So, at least people with that name. But she's the best and the worst in that sample size. And I was chatting and I said, hey, I'm recording with Narayani and is she your friend? And she said, oh yes. So I said, okay, tell me about her. And the first thing she said was, she's such a girl. And then she elaborated on that by saying that Narayani is someone who loves deeply, lives fully. She throws herself into everything that she does. She's retained her curiosity. She's vulnerable and curious. And, she gives herself to her friends, writes the most amazing love letters to her friends, nurtures her friendships deeply, and all of these things, and many, many more things, which I won't go into. And I wanted to ask about that because the one time that we did meet and did record an episode, my impression was, yeah, a scholarly, serious kind of person. And I really want to sort of get behind that mask. And not a mask because you are a serious kind of person when it comes to your scholarship. But today I want to know a bit more about you. That, and this is, she's such a girl the way she started. And when she described all of it, I said, hey, I want to be such a girl. So, but tell me a little bit about that it's one thing to have the joie de vivre and the desire to throw yourself into life when you're 20 or 21. It's another thing to actually maintain it after the world has its way with you. So tell me a bit about that what is the approach that you bring to the world, and is the description accurate? Otherwise we shall demote her to non-favorite Nair.
No, please don't demote her. I don't look, whether the description is accurate or not depends on people who know me. So I'd like to think Supriya knows me, and I'm really glad that this is what she knows because it's lovely to hear. It's made my whole month and possibly the rest of my year. So Supriya, if you're listening, thank you so much. But I don't know, because honestly, what I have tried to do is, and I'm an only child, I have chosen to do a very solitary line of work. My craft is a solitary one. And I spend my days sort of time managing between doing freelance work and what I truly love to do, because what I truly love to do doesn't pay the bills. So in doing all of that, while I've been doing all of that, I've managed somehow to find a community of very solid friends, some of whom have moved to the position of, chosen family almost. And I've been really lucky in that sense, because if you are a scholar or a writer or a researcher in any sense of the word, I think you are deliberately choosing to be lonely during your professional life. And I think it's very important to have a community whom you can lean on and know that, okay, if you need someone at 2 a.m, you can call and somebody will come. And I think my friends have showed up for me in ways that I genuinely never expected anybody to do. And I think that has kept me going a lot, really, because to know that, okay, I can vanish for a time into whatever my work demands of me. Sometimes the editing is intense and I fall off the map. Sometimes, I'm writing and it's intense and I fall off the map. People will hold space. And I know that sounds really woke in 21st century, but honestly, they do hold space. They do choose to be there when I surface. There is no questioning of the vanishing. There is no questioning of anything, really. And I think the little ways in which people have showed up and the little ways in which they've shown me that they care, that's helped me to stay. I mean, Supriya says vulnerable and curious, but it's also helped me to stay very grounded, because most of my friends are not from the space that I work in. That has really, really helped. It helps me to stay grounded in who I am. It helps me to stay grounded in the values that I have. And it also helps me stay grounded in being real. And I couldn't have done this without them being there. So I think that is something that I have to give all the credit to, is the people who I have been lucky enough to find.
I'm just thinking aloud, and I'm thinking that sometimes there's a feedback loop between personality and behavior, that you are a particular way and then that goes into your behavior and there's a feedback loop. But sometimes also it can work the other way, that you choose to be intentional about some values and you behave in that way, and without your knowing it, that kind of shapes your personality. And I wonder how that's played out with you? Like, in a sense, what were you like as a kid? Because when you're young, you're open and trusting and you give yourselves freely to people. And I've noticed that as we get older, we get more and more guarded, and we have bad experiences and we stop doing that. But at the same time, if you intentionally decide that, look, people are important, people are what make life worth living, and I'm going to nurture friendships, then that again plays into the way that you treat the world. So how is that with you? That is this sort of nurturing of friendships and thrusting yourself into life, how much of it is intellectual realization that I need this to live a good life, given that it's a solitary profession, and how much is it the way you always were? Like, as a kid, how were you, for example?
I was absolutely opposite. I was a very shy child. During my kindergarten days and my very young school days, I was a bit of a naughty child. So I would gravitate towards and I generally sometimes would be the troublemaker in class. That sort of went away as I grew older, because suddenly you have like peer pressure and you have you have puberty and you have adolescence and you have different academic groups forming and cliques forming within high school and all of that. And sometimes high school can really take it out of you in terms of bullying and in terms of, where you are also on the popularity ladder of things. And somewhere in my teens, I became a very shy child, and that stayed right through college. I studied in a convent school, and I still remember my house teacher at the time. We used to have these extempore speaking competitions, and she used to be at her wit's end because I couldn't speak on a stage to save my soul. I used to freeze and no words would enter my brain. And she often used to tell my mother, she's one. And at that point, I was class 10, and I was already aiming to do history at some point. Because even at that age, I loved reading. I was reading a lot of historical fiction at that point, and I loved reading it, and I wanted to study more about it. I remember she told my mother, she said, look, she wants to study history and she wants to go, obviously go to college, etc. She will be asked to speak publicly at some point. If she can't speak in an extempore house competition, what is going to happen to her in college? And, I think my mother just let me be, because she said sometimes children take their time to develop. And as it turned out, it took me a few more years, because I remember undergrad, I barely opened my mouth. I don't think anyone really remembers me from undergrad and college, because I was a very quiet girl. I didn't open my mouth at all. Largely backbencher, very happy to bunk. Very much that style. Like, I paid attention to my studies, but I was not any superb personality. I think it started to develop somewhere in MA, MPhil, is when I started to realize that, okay, people do like me and I don't have to be a certain way. I think it also depends largely on where you are in college also. And I am from St. Stephen's, and at that point I was very much a misfit in undergrad. I did my master's and my MPhil from Delhi University, and I felt much easier somehow, and I felt more at ease with who I was becoming. I still had very little clue that, okay, one day I'm going to end up writing books, etc. That would take its own time. But I found it easier to make friends. I found it easier to talk to people. And I began to see that people enjoyed talking to me also. I think the fullness of that realization came much later, when I was trying to figure out how to be a historian. Because that's one thing I think, and I know this is a derailment from what we were talking about, but I think people don't teach you in this country that you can be a historian if you follow an unconventional track record, as far as your qualifications and as far as where you are in life is concerned. And it was only when I was researching VP Menon, and this was some years ago, this must have been 2015, 16, is when I actively discovered that, okay, people wanted to know more about what I was thinking, not just about what I was working on, but also about everything around that. They wanted to know what made me me. And I began to realize that I like knowing what makes people them. And I began actively just pursuing that because I do genuinely, now I do enjoy people. It's taken me a while to get to this point. So, what you see on maybe social media is a product of how long it's taken to get to this point where I actively really like people and I really enjoy getting to know people and getting to find out what makes them tick. And I think that has been a sort of intellectual realization, I think is the phrase you used, but I think that's what led me to that intellectual realization that, okay, I really like people. I don't want to be, or I don't want to lead a life where even professionally, if I've chosen a life that is solitary at work, I don't want to not go out and meet people. I don't want to not drop into someone's home and say, hey, let's hang out. So now people who know me now see me as this very social, outgoing person. I was never always this person. It's taken a while to come here and it's taken a while to realize the value of actually getting to know people, enjoying people for who they are, and really letting them be part of your life. Because I think, and I've been very lucky in this respect, but I think people like being part of your life if you allow them to be. And they like being there for you. I think that's inherently part of human nature where you want to be connected to somebody. And I think I've been lucky enough to allow that to happen and to enjoy that allowing also.
There are two simultaneous anxieties we have while growing up, and I faced it, and it took me much longer to deal with it than it seems to have taken you. And one is the anxiety of just finding yourself, just
Yeah.
figuring out who am I, what do
Yeah.
I want to do. And the other is the anxiety of fitting in because
Yes.
you want to be liked and you want to be popular and all of that. And these kind of play out simultaneously, and it can sometimes be tortuous when you're in school or college and it's playing out, and neither of them seems to be working out because if you want the validation of people, if you want to be liked, often you become who you're not because you think that that is what will appeal to people and so on and so forth. Give me a sense of what those two journeys, both of them, were for you, because you said that it was a surprising realization to find out as you went through college that people liked listening to you, that
Yeah.
people seemed to like you, and you were surprised by this. Give me a sense of these two journeys and how they sort of evolved. Like most people, I think, never reach that phase where they're comfortable in their skins, right? And it seems to me that even that first anxiety of finding yourself
Yeah.
really has two components to it. And one anxiety is how are you with yourself, and that's internally directed, and the other is how are you with the world, which is which has made you a social person and value friends and all of that. So give me a sense of how you dealt with these anxieties and how that evolved.
I think at some level, the anxieties are still there. I think at some point, if you have been a certain way all through your childhood, it stays with you somewhere. Just because I'm a social person now doesn't mean that I don't inherently suffer from the anxieties of what if somebody doesn't like me, or, it's natural and it's normal. And I think that stays with you somehow. And even now, I think while I'm certainly a lot more comfortable in my skin than I used to be, I think it's still a process. I'd like to think we all reach a point where we're completely chilled out about who we are, but I don't know if we manage to get there entirely at some level. That said, I think it helps to have the sense that, okay, there is this community of people around me, whether it's big, whether it's small or medium sized, who actively don't care too much, right? They're not looking for a curated version of who I am. They're looking for me, essentially, and what makes me me. And that said, I also think we all present different sides of ourselves to different people depending on their closeness to us, etc. But I think if out of 10 friends, if you have 8 friends who see the real you and who respect it, enjoy it, and want more of it, I think that helps you become easier with who you are. At least, and sure, there may be an argument for, okay, you're projecting a lot for external validation, etc. But I think different people help you to uncover different parts of yourself, and different people help you to explore parts of you that you didn't know you had, you know? And I think certain people spark a different kind of humor in you. Certain people spark a different way of looking at the world sometimes. I think as much as I enjoy having my friends, I think I've learned a lot from them and their presence in my life, in that it's helped me to understand who I am much better, rather than life only teaching me. I think the people in my life have also taught me a lot about who I am and where I'm going. And because I feel like you also change from year to year, right? I mean, I'm not the same person I was 5 years ago. None of us are. And I think there are people who stay with you for all those 5 years. There are people who transition in and out of your life, depending. And that's part of life. But the people who stay, and the people who actively, again, I go back to the phrase hold space for the different versions of you that are there as you grow up. I think those are the people that make it worthwhile. And those are the people that at least I have made the choice to be like, okay, these are important people in my life, and they are people I will make time for, I will invest in, and I will be there for them as much as possible.
You mentioned that different people spark different aspects of you, and that you have learned more about yourself through these friendships in separate ways. Can you give me examples of that? I mean, whether you take names of people or not is up to you, but just in terms of, how you grew through a particular friendship or a particular facet of yourself being sparked.
I can give you two. One is one of my very dearest friends. She is very much like a sister to me. And her name is Lakshana. And she has helped me grow from being somebody who was very reticent, somebody who really didn't like talking about emotions or vulnerabilities, or even acknowledging the really dark and twisty parts of yourself, to use a very Grey's Anatomy phrase, but to acknowledge that having those parts of you is okay, and to acknowledge them to another person, obviously based on trust, etc., is a safe thing to do. So she's helped me grow to become somebody who's far more open to being vulnerable. I was never really open to being vulnerable. I think I still struggle with it a lot. But I think being friends with her has helped me grow into that aspect. The other has been my friend Deep, whom I met while researching V.P. Menon in the archives at the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. And Deep at the time was studying for his PhD, and I was researching my book, and we became friends through subjects of common interest. So what we were researching and the archives and stuff like that. And then we began talking a lot more about not just the subjects that interested us, but also I discovered I had a sense of humor that I didn't know existed. I discovered that it was okay to let go of a public image, so to speak, and sometimes just dance to bad Bollywood. It's as simple as that. So it's just letting go. I think Deep taught me to let go of a public face among people who are safe and be who you are inside. So I think both of them speak to me learning to be more open, more vulnerable, more at ease, rather than pretending to be a certain way or to act a certain way. And I think both these friendships have really helped me grow in that.
And when you say that people are like this, that if you let them into your lives, they'll come, they'll also give interest, I wonder if there's a selection effect there, because my impression of the world is that most people are actually not curious about other people.
Hmm.
Most people are in that main character syndrome. Everything is about them. People are instrumental. I sound very cynical, but you wait till you're my age. Uh, and in a sense, it's a lament about my earlier self as well.
Hmm.
That most people are just in a certain sense self-obsessed, and I would imagine that if you start giving yourself to those friendships, the ones that will deepen are from people who are similarly inclined to you,
Yeah.
who are willing to give, who are willing to make that
Yeah.
space, and then you have a virtuous cycle forming.
Yeah. No, because obviously we do come across main character energy, and there is that. And I think in certain situations we all have main character energy. But I think you're right in what you say, that the people who actively are the people who stay are the ones who actually see beyond that, and who actively are not looking to be the main character in your life. They're looking to support you, and they're looking to be on your side and in your corner. And that's through everything, right? There are these friendships that you have that where you text each other every day, or you tell each other, minute to minute what's happening. And it's been super helpful in that it's so many of my friends have taught me that it doesn't necessarily have to be a romantic partner, for instance, that you talk to every day, or that who is a part of your life every day. There are also friends who are there for you every day, and who enjoy hearing about your day. If you're stuck in a jam, or if you dropped a bottle on the floor, or there's a leak in the bathroom at home. It's stuff like that, right? So if it's somebody you find who goes through daily frustrations with you, and somebody who also is there to cheer for you when you have achieved success. I know that so many of my friends, in fact, all my friends, show up so completely uncomplicatedly to cheer for every success, whether it's big, small. They've celebrated even things like me submitting a manuscript. So it's not just, okay, it's Narayani's book launch and so we'll be there. It's every step of the way. And whether that comes with, your daily failures, your daily frustrations, your daily rejections from various places, it all builds into one cumulative spirit, I think. And if you have that, then I think, it helps you to feel safe enough to show them who you actually are.
So I was sitting with three of my closest friends, my YouTube co-host Rajesha, and the crew we have, Namsita and Vaishnav, and I was telling them, I was thinking aloud when we were together, and I just said that the people often say you shouldn't take your friends for granted, but I feel that sometimes you should take your friends for granted. Like, I want to take you for granted, and I want you to take me for granted, in the sense that then it's unconditional. Then
Yeah.
you'll just be there no matter what happens. There's no instrumentality. There's no sense of transactionalness, that you will be a good friend to me if I'm a good friend to you.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. If I'm not in touch, if I'm grumpy, if I don't whatever, I need to feel that when I'm in those moments, I don't need to be calculative about how I am treating my friends, right? You'll be there for me when it's all over. And I sort of think about different aspects of friendship and what does it even mean, because at one level it is so unnatural, and
Yeah.
it seems that underneath the hood everything must be transactional, right? But at another level, it is the one thing that gives life meaning, in the sense, like, of course life is meaningless, we've established that in our conversation before the recording, but it's one thing that actually makes it beautiful, because we go through life, people will say you collect experiences, you collect, no man, you just collect people. That's the only thing you collect. So how has your thinking on friendship evolved over the years?
I think pretty much in the same way, like I think your your evolution of friendship evolves from when you're in school, and it's determined by a lot that's superficial, right? I mean, like high school cliques, and you take sides over who's stolen whose tiffin and stuff like that, right? But, or at least that was my experience. I don't know about anyone else's, but in adulthood, I think my experience of it has been that you are not afraid to say, okay, I know that I can do this activity and know that 7 people will show up. I know that if tomorrow, if there's an illness or if there's some crisis in my family, somebody will come to help me, possibly more people. I know that if I send somebody a text saying the geyser sprung a leak and, oh my God, I'm so frustrated, I'm late for a meeting, I will be heard. It's a stupid thing. But whether it's stupid or whether it's serious, when you know that you have that to fall back on, I think that is very liberating in a sense, because then you know somehow that you're not alone. And it's what you said, right? You can take them for granted in that sense of the word. And I think it's in the best sense of the word, right? Like, that you're going to be heard, you're going to be seen, you're going to be supported. It doesn't matter what is the circumstance. It doesn't matter where you are. They will show up. And it's that certainty, I think. It's certainty, I think, more than taking someone for granted. I think it's just certainty that wherever you are, you have a home, you have a sofa, you have somebody to listen to when you've had a bad day, somebody to listen to when you've had a mildly good day. It's that ability that extends to something as simple as, hey, are you free to get drinks after work? Hey, I don't think I can talk. My dog just died. It's that, irrespective of the size of the moments in your life. It's the fact that they are there through it all. And they're experiencing that life that you are living with you. And it helps, at least it's helped me to give that back in some respect, because I think all my friends have cumulatively taught me the importance of giving that back. And also giving it forward. And I know this sounds really preachy, but they have taught me how to give love back, give it forward, and be more curious about people I meet, the world that I encounter. Sure, I mean, all of us have gone through our own shares of really awful experiences, but I think that knowledge and that certainty that no matter what happens, I'm not alone. And I'm not facing this life alone. I'm not doing it alone. I can give that sense of security back to not just them, but to other people, and to be there for other people. I think at the end of the day, that's what we're all looking for in friendship. I think that's what I've learned at this point. Like, if you asked me this question today, that's probably my answer to you, is that the arc of friendship that I have learned to define is just the certainty of knowing that people are there and that you can give that back to them too.
I did a recent episode with Kavita Rao, and we were chatting about how, men and women are fundamentally different in the kind of conversations they have.
Yeah.
And she had an interesting thought to share, where she said that, look, if I call my husband and I say, when's your flight landing? He'll say 3 baje. Or if I call my son and say, did you have food? He'll say yes. But if I call a female friend, ki, when's your flight landing? She'll say, oh, it's landing at 3. And by the way, do you know what happened? That I was sitting on the aisle seat and there was this guy in the middle row, and we had this interesting conversation, and then he showed me this on his phone, and etc., etc. And her point was that for a lot of men, conversational becomes a little informational. It's instrumental in that sense, that you're passing information and you're telling somebody something and that's it. Whereas for women, it's really about connecting and building that thing, which is also why, I've finally learned to fight the impulse that if a woman is complaining about something, I don't need to solve the problem. I can just, shut the fuck up and just listen, and no, I don't need to solve the problem. I think every male has an inclination ki acha kya kare, and so there are these fundamental differences, and I wonder how this plays out in the friendships you have with women and the friendships you have with men. Like, I look at women and I'm kind of jealous of the strong sisterhoods that they form. Whereas with men, it's not really like that. There's no brotherhood thing. At the most, you have like bro talk and bros before hoes, locker room talk, that kind of shit. But, shallow talk, cricket ke bare mein baat kiya, Bollywood ke, those kind of deep bonds which you nurture over many years and
Yeah.
all of that, that's not there. Maybe you call a male friend and say, hey, my geyser is leaking, he'll come over, it's a problem to solve. But you just want to talk in general because you're feeling a particular kind of vibe which is not too sad, too happy, but you just want to talk, and it's a different matter. So what's been your experience with friendships with women and friendships with men?
I think friendships with women, Kavita and you are both right. It is about connection, and it is about sisterhood is a great way to put it. It's used so often now that it's almost hackneyed, but it's still true. I think women have far more space for each other in terms of the kind of support they can offer and the kind of bond they can develop. Women are constantly dealing with 55 different crises, all before lunch sometimes. And they get it. Like if you text them like, oh my God, this happened, there is instant understanding, and there's instant like wanting to know more and wanting to participate in whatever you're sharing. So yes, that is there. But I think I've also been very lucky with my male friends in that, sure, they're not as available on text, but when you meet them or when I meet them, I can literally fill them in. If it's a calamity, sure, I'll text them and, they will respond. I can't do day to day with them because they'll just be annoyed. But when I meet them and when I break it down for them, whatever I've been going through over the last, say, 10 days, 2 weeks, whatever it's been, there is unmitigated attention. Like there will never be dismissiveness or disinterest. There will be full participation. Like at that point when I'm actively detailing the most mundane nonsense to them in person, there will be full participation. So in that sense, I think I've been super lucky. And which is why, somebody like I mentioned Deep, and he's very much like a family member by this point, because the support that men and women offer is very different. I think basically because of the way men and women are built and conditioned. But from both, male as well as female friends, I've just had complete support. Even though it shows up in different ways and it presents itself differently on a day-to-day basis. It goes back to that certainty that I was talking about earlier, that I don't really then need a male friend to vent to on a daily basis. It's okay if I meet them every couple of weeks and speak to them, And there's one thing that my friends and I have almost tacitly arranged, is that we meet each other every 2 weeks, like irrespective. Even if they are very busy or traveling, once a month, definitely. And it's not even like a rule that anyone has made. It just is how it is. Like we all want to touch base with each other in person and, sit down and talk about it over a meal or over a drink or something. And I think that connection and that wanting to maintain an in-person connection is also super important, I think, because it's so easy these days, right? In a day and age of like FaceTime and voice notes and WhatsApp and all of that. So you can just become pen pals also in this day and age, I've discovered. But when you meet each other, it's different, right? It's always different. So whether it's going out randomly or whether it's dropping into someone's home, that sense of connection is always there. And that's true for both men and women. I've found that both make time for you in very different ways, but they do.
I'll ask you to make a broader observation about friendships in general, not just from your own life. The central tension of the film when Harry Met Sally was that can there be friendship between a man and a woman that doesn't have that underlying sexual tension somewhere?
Right.
And that's also led to this great phrase I came across recently. Someone made an index called the Whimsy Index. Whimsy is standing for When Harry Met Sally. And was it The Economist? I forget. But Shruti Rajgopalan, my friend, pointed me to it, and she was very amused by it. And what both of us could not believe is that in that Whimsy Index, which measures how often you talk to unrelated people of the opposite gender, India actually does pretty high. And I was kind of surprised we were both surprised by that. We were like, there must be a flaw in the methodology, because I think of India as a place where that is famously a problem, that men do not know how to talk to women, that it's just, there is, our society is so repressed. It is just such a problem here. And I think one of the fundamental things about wrong with our society is that the relationships are just not normal in that sense, that you just, these normal friendships seem particularly hard. What are your sort of observations in this? Because in your self-selected circles, I guess it's not an issue.
Yeah.
But outside of that, from what you see, and you live in Delhi, so from what you see, what are your observations?
I think it's easier to fall into the thing of saying that, okay, men and women can't be friends without some underlying sexual tension, particularly since we do live in a very app-dominated society at this point. Like, everything is shopping online, whether you're looking for a date or whether you're looking for a hookup or looking for a pair of shoes, everything is online. So I think it's easier to go with that. I think, obviously, attraction depends on so many different things, and so does friendship. And in a society like ours, and this is irrespective of where you live, I think it largely comes from the Indian family setup, which is conditioned to very sort of set norms, right? Like, girl and boy will at some point get married and then will move on to set up a family and a life together. I think particularly, and I can only speak for the metropolises because, I don't know anything about the second-tier towns and about rural India as well. But from whatever I've seen in Delhi, it's something that I think more people are exploring. Like, it's easier to be friends. And again, a lot of this is selective, right? I don't think many people find it easy to do, particularly if you're a woman. It's very difficult to develop a friendship with a man that is organic, because at the back of your head, you're always wondering what is happening. And that sometimes hampers the development of a friendship. So that is there, like, particularly in a city like Delhi. And again, I can't speak to any other cities in this country, but in Delhi per se, it's hard because, you are not used to also, I think, meeting people off the app and organically. I think that sense of organic connection has gone somehow, because it's all like, if you are dating, then you have to be on the apps, right? People look at you completely in bewilderment when you say that you're not on the app, because how else does one find love and emotional connection except on the app? I think it's pretty much the same when it comes to friendship, right? Like, if you meet somebody organically at, say, a friend's place and you start talking to them, then automatically the question in especially a woman's head is, okay, what's going on? And it takes a while for that sort of inner tension to resolve itself. And a lot of that depends on how a man approaches the situation. And I think because so much of how we are approaching developing a relationship, and this is whether it's platonic, non-platonic, gets lost in uncertainty, because everyone's not looking to have hard conversations right off the bat or discuss things right off the bat, which is why so many of us end up in situationships, etc., because it's just easier to go with the flow, and the flow leads you into some murky area where you're not sure whether one person is a friend, one person is not a friend. What does it mean? I think that honesty is gone. The honesty of the organic connection and the honesty of what a particular connection can mean, that has somehow got tarnished. For me, it's been easier to make certainly female friends than it has been for me to make male friends. So when it comes to my self-selected circle, which is all, people who think like me, and was basically an echo chamber, honestly, I suppose you can call it, I've still found it easier to make friends with women rather than straight men. It's still difficult. So I think a lot of that goes back to how a man approaches it also, apart from how you approach it as a woman. And if you do it with honesty and clarity about what both your intentions are and both your feelings may be towards each other, I think it becomes easier. But again, that's very selective, I think.
I did an episode with Malini Goel, who had written a book on Bangalore. Don't know if you've read it.
No.
So in that, there's one chapter which is great. It's about dating in modern Indian cities. And what she did was, she did a combination of a quantitative and a qualitative study where she looked at Tinder data. And the specific data that she looked at is, she looked at 3 cities, Bangalore, Mumbai, and Delhi. And what she tracked was that if 2 people connect and one of them goes to the other person's house,
Yeah.
then for that cohort of people, what is the time gap that it takes for that to happen, for the first visit to somebody's house to happen? In Delhi, it was months, low
Yeah,
trust, etc.,
yeah.
etc. In Bombay, I think it was couple of weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. In Bangalore, it was like almost, keep chale gaye. So, within a week, you're kind of there. And then she kind of backed this up by doing qualitative work where she actually spoke to a lot of people who were using the app and were in the dating circles. And what she found was that, of course, number one, what you would expect, the promiscuity is off the charts. But number two, everybody's unhappy. And everybody is unhappy because, in the old paradigm, which was extremely imperfect, and even that equilibrium doesn't work. But in the old paradigm, you meet someone and then your surface area of serendipity is not that high. You're not meeting people all the time. So you make it work sometimes, right? You might have a fight, but you go back and you try again. But here, at the slightest friction or the slightest doubt, you've got 10 other options waiting on your app. So you're seeing a lot of people, but you're dissatisfied. And perhaps the ability to form bonds and form relationships also goes. And you don't know what the fuck to do, because outside of the app, you can't do anything. And everything, like you said, is on the app. If you're not on the app, what are you going to do? So what are your observations of this? I mean, I have an episode with Samarth Bansal and Sanjana Ramchandran also on dating in modern India, and they've spoken in some detail about the sort of difficulties thereof. But what is your observation that, how much of a struggle is this? Because it seems to me that friendship is the easy part.
Yeah.
This is mad.
This is insane because, I've never been on the apps, never intended to be, and nor will be. And I know that decision alone from many of my friends was met with complete blankness, because they were like, how does that work? And I don't care. I fundamentally don't care about the apps. I never have, because for me, romance or love, it can't be found with 10 options, I also don't want 10 different chat boxes open with 10 people saying the same thing, and so you have to tailor your answer and be witty and be, I can't. Why do I want to put filters? And why? I don't want that. And maybe I am reaching for something that's unattainable, but I'd prefer to stay off the apps. I'd prefer to look for a human connection. And I think, sure, you say friendship is the easiest bit, but honestly, how is it different is what I'm also wondering, because this is how I made some of my closest friends. Is you go out, you meet them. If you like them, you meet them again. If you like that, then you meet again. And then from there, you progress. The only thing that's different in dating is you're looking to have sex, have a relationship that is a non-platonic one. This is really the only difference. But because at the end of the day, what are we all looking for? We're looking for connection. We're looking for support. We're looking for companionship. We're looking for someone who'll come if we call at 2 a.m, someone to come home to have dal chawal with and watch your favorite Netflix show with. At the end of the day, that's what we're all looking for. it's the same principle that you bring to making a friend, because at the heart of love and romance, once you put it aside and you put aside the chemistry and you put aside the hormones and everything, what is there? You're looking for a friend only, no? That's who is going to be part of your life, is a friend. Why do people say I married my best friend or I'm with my best friend? Because you're looking for a friend. So it's the same principle, really. If you can actively go up to somebody wherever, at a party or wherever you meet them, and you like them enough to continue meeting them, it's the same thing. That's how I've made most of my really close friends today. Is you stay in touch, you meet, you plan dates, so to speak. You know, it's connection only, isn't it? At the end of the day.
I mean, you make it sound like a gradient, but in my mind, I think what happens is that relationships suddenly come with a ton of expectations and entitlements, and then you have to second guess what the other person is thinking and all of that, where friendships can just be chilled out and honest, and there's none of that tension happening. And in fact, and here I'm thinking aloud, that I think friendships can fundamentally be much more honest, because you're not playing that kind of game that comes with some kinds of relationship. And equally, like I often say that, in every culture, the conservative mind will look at love as something that is worthy and lust as something that should be disdained. And I think it should be the other way around. Lust is completely honest. What you see is what you get, often literally. And love is deeply complicated. Is it a facade for something else? What's really going on there? Do you really feel what you think you feel, not just what you project you feel? So I just felt that the moment you kind of go there, it gets into really complicated territory. But friendships are, at least for me, friendships are just super easy. You can just be who you are, and they can just be who they are, and there's no.
Yeah, but with relationships comes also the fear of rejection, right? So which is what prevents you from being honest and chilled out, is because you're afraid that if you show them your vulnerable side, you show them what you're looking for, they may say, yeah, no, we don't want that. And so you're afraid to show them that.
Exactly.
Right? But with a friend, you're not afraid. And frankly, if it's somebody who's just a friend and they say, yeah, we don't want that, then you say, okay, then go to hell, like, bye. It's not so easy not to do that in relationships. But which is why I mentioned the fact that the honesty of that connection has gone. If you're able to find someone who you would honestly hang out with as a friend, I think that, sure, you'd still be afraid. I'm not saying no. I suffer from painful fears of rejection myself. I think all of us do at some point. But I think it comes with knowing that if you say, okay, hey, like, this is what I'm afraid of, can we talk about it? I would be as afraid to mention it to somebody who was a very close friend also, right? Because I don't want to have conflict with my very close friend. I don't want to say something that might hurt them or that might lead to them leaving or breaking the friendship. And sometimes what you're feeling is so vulnerable and it's so scary to articulate that you are afraid sometimes to have conversations with your close friends also. Right? If it's a casual acquaintance, sure, you can have whatever conversation because that emotion is not attached to it and you're not attached to that person also. But if it's somebody who's very close to you, then I think you bring some of that fear of rejection to the friendship also, because then you're also afraid of talking there. But at the end of the day, if it's somebody with whom you feel safe enough to push past the fear and say, okay, I'm really terrified of having this conversation, but I think it would be great if we could sit down and talk about it. And that's somewhere that I have worked very hard to be. I think it's far easier said than done. I think that even in friendships for me, it used to be much easier to just pretend something wasn't bothering me or something that I expected hadn't happened, or, someone hadn't been there for me the way that I wanted them to be. And I only learned that it was safe to communicate via people like Lakshana, whom I've mentioned, Because they taught me that, okay, even if it's scary, if we don't know what you're thinking, how are we going to fix it? How are we going to deal with it? And I think there also, at least she taught me a really helpful way to avoid conflict. And this is obviously aside from therapy and all of that. I mean, therapy is great, and I am in therapy also. But aside from all of that, I think what Lakshana really taught me is it's okay to be scared. And sometimes you are scared, and that's okay. The right people will not desecrate that. They will hold space for that. They will talk you through it. Yes, there will be people who trample on it. And yes, there will be people who abuse that vulnerability. I think that's a given with life. I think that's a given in friendship as much as it is in love. There will always be people who push your boundaries to the point where they break in half. But I think at the heart of it, what friendship has taught me is that even if you're scared, you still show up and say it. And I think when it comes to love and romance, that has helped me also, in that it's made me less afraid to say things, and it's made me able to articulate stuff that, 5-10 years ago, I would have shuddered to even think about saying. But in that sense, I think both are, for me at least, and the experience of love and friendship for everyone is so subjective and it's so different. But for me, both of them are very closely entwined. And I think you show up for your romantic partner the same way that you show up for your friends and you expect them to show up for you. I think that the heart of it is just that. It's just that certainty of knowing that someone is there. I think that quality holds true across both friendship and love.
Yeah, and actually, what you mentioned earlier, the phrase marrying your best friend is actually a great outcome, because I'm imagining if someone's your best friend by that time, the fear is already mostly gone and the honesty is already mostly there.
Yeah.
So it can work out well. So again, I'll think aloud, and I'll think aloud about how we come to thinking about our own lives. Like in many cases, like most people are not self-reflective at all. But gradually, as you go through life, like you battle the anxiety of figuring out who you
Yeah.
are, and then you figure out who you are, and then you think about your life, and then you think about designing your life. You think about the kind of life you want to lead. And there I find that there are these multiple impulses within us that we come up against. So we are always at war with ourselves. One is we are biologically programmed in certain ways, right? That whether it is a quest for sex or whether it is a quest for stability, all of these instincts are sort of hardwired into us. And intellectually, you might think that I don't want to give in to this impulse now, or this is not a good life design, etc., etc. But the impulses are there. At the same time, there's a lot of social conditioning which may take you in similar or completely different directions, where social conditioning will be that, hey, you got to get married and you got to have kids, or otherwise, what is the point? What are you doing? Or a different kind of social conditioning may be that, no, you have to have a dating life for which you have to be on the apps. What are you even doing? Etc., etc. And so there's all the biological imperative stuff happening, which can be really strong. And at the same time, there is all the social conditioning around one, which we reflexively find ourselves fitting into without even thinking about it or examining it. And then there is that quiet self who then sits down and thinks, how do I want to live my life? And whatever answer you come up with intellectually, it runs up against these two anyway. So, what's been your journey of resolving these conflicts?
Are you talking about personal life or professional life or both?
Whatever you're comfortable with, but in general, I'm just trying to understand how people navigate this kind of stuff.
I think for me, when I was in school and college, you have a very different sense of what life is going to be, right? Like it's this very idealistic method. Like you don't imagine where you're going to be at 30, and 30 seems miles away, light years away from you. When I was 25, I quit my job. I was working as a policy analyst at the time. I quit my job. And I told my mother, I want to write a book on VP Menon. And she was very supportive. She said, okay, do that. But you're going to have to figure out how you want to finance yourself, because we can't do that for you. And it's not going to be easy. Did I think that I would be jobless at 25 with no money and no real idea of how to get any semblance of a career? I really didn't, right? When you're 18 and you're thinking of 25 is this really cool age to be, right? You're imagining yourself, at least I was imagining myself holding a job and doing very cool things in the policy world. And if you'd asked me what cool things, I wouldn't have been able to tell you. But that's what I was imagining. And suddenly I was jobless. Friends of mine were holding jobs, doing well, progressing as one does. By the time they hit 26, 27, 28, everyone began either getting engaged or marrying or settling down. Early 30s, most people were having kids and stuff. Or they were abroad, doing their PhDs or traveling. None of which was attainable to me right until my early 30s. And I had to figure out from scratch what I wanted my life to look like in what sense of the word, and at that point, I didn't have a roadmap. I didn't have any of this push and pull that you just said. Sounds great, because at that point I just had high anxiety, because I was like, I don't know how to build a financial model for myself. I don't know how to have money coming in at the end of the month. And I think you're conditioned somewhere in your head to have a certain amount coming in and hitting your account at the end of every month once you hit a working age. I didn't even have that. So I started off by working as a research assistant to various professors. A professor of mine was kind enough to give me my first job, and I was paid 20,000 or 25,000 for a month of being in the archives and researching what they wanted to search for and stuff. And I stayed a research assistant until I got my book deal, which again happened entirely by chance. I was broke for 5 years until a friend of mine a friend of my mother's introduced me to my agent, Kanishka Gupta, and it was completely by chance. And it came completely at a time when I had lost all hope. I didn't know how to write a book. I didn't know where to start. All I was focusing on was getting by from day to day. And there was a really crippling sense of low self-worth at that point, because I had friends who were earning. I couldn't go out and meet them. I didn't have the money to do it. There were times where I either had the money for a metro home, or I had money to buy a samosa and chai at the canteen. And that's I'm not even exaggerating. That's literally how bad it was at that point. So by the time I met my agent in 2017, I didn't have anything. I didn't have a book. I didn't have an idea. I didn't have anything. And he said, okay, just work on it and come back to me with a fuller idea. I didn't know what that meant. It took me a few more months of just figuring stuff out about how to write a book, what to do with it. And I went back to him and I said, look, I don't even know how to put chapters together or anything. I haven't done that. And he was like, okay, just tell me the idea behind what you want to do. And this was the book on VP Menon. So I managed to write a proposal. And he explained how to put together a chapter breakdown and all. And I was very lucky in that things then just moved very fast, but it was luck. I didn't know how to get there. If you had looked at my life from 2012 to 2017, I didn't know. Even when I was working as a policy analyst, I was miserably underconfident. I hated what I was doing. I was so bored. And I just didn't want to do it. I really didn't want to do it at all. And none of this has been simple to put this together. So, this push and pull between what I imagined my life to be was simply that sense of horror that none of this is supposed to be this way. None of this is supposed to be going this way. And then when V.P. Menon came out in 2020, the pandemic hit, which meant, apart from stopping myself and family members from dying in the second wave, there's also the fact that, okay, one book has come out, it has done well-ish, which I only knew in retrospect. Like at the time in 2020, I had no idea whether the book was doing well. I wasn't even thinking about the book because with lockdown and all of that, like, what are you going to think about a book? It's stupid. And it took a whole period of further reinvention where I asked my agent, and he's a very good friend by now. But at that point, I remember I asked him, I said, I need work to do because the archives were closed. I couldn't be a research assistant any longer. I didn't know what to do. So he gave me my first stint with working with an author of his who required to be mentored through a manuscript. I had never mentored a manuscript my whole life, which is what I said. I said, I don't know what to do. And so he said, figure it out. So I've had two very key figures in my life telling me, one is my agent, one is my mother, telling me, you figure it out. You figure it out. And maybe that is what adulthood is. I don't know whether, you just have to find a way to figure it out. I just feel like I had to do that. Like there was no other way to do it. It was a paid gig at the time. I needed the money. There were no other sources of income. And so I figured it out. And, I mentored this whole manuscript, which is now a book. It's by somebody called Aisha Sarwari. And the book is called Heart Tantrums. And it's available everywhere now. And it was a wonderful experience. Again, I gained a friend. I've never met her because at the time she lived in Lahore. And we only spoke WhatsApp calls and stuff. But she became a friend. And she's still a really dear friend. And it was something that I just learned to do from scratch. So it's one of the things that I freelance on now, today. And I found my way here completely by accident, one, and two, because somebody said, figure it out, kar legi tu, do it. That's how I began editing. That's how I ghostwrite as well now. And that's how that started also, because again, my agent brought me a client and said, okay, this person has no time to do it, doesn't know how to do it, you do it. And again, I was like, I don't know how to do it. And again, my agent, Kanishka, was just like, yeah, but figure it out. So the maxim from my early 20s or mid 20s till now has just been me figuring it out. And if I have to look back and say, okay, I'm not sure how I got here. And I'm not sure, what I was looking at when I was 18. Did I expect to be 30, 31 in a raging pandemic with a book that was out and I didn't know what to do about the book and I didn't know how to promote. I don't know anything. And then the world went into lockdown and the world went into COVID. I had no idea. And now I look back at it and sure, I can say, okay, I built a financial model because then I discovered in practical terms that, okay, I need a certain amount coming in at the end of every month. I cannot work gig to gig with no income in between. I need to have at least one long-term running gig and at least 2-3 short-term gigs to supplement that. All of which will pay me on a retainer basis. And that's just something that I figured out through sheer trial and error. And all of it, manuscript mentoring, editing, ghostwriting, it's just been a process of trial and error. It's never been, okay, this is what I want to do, and this is where I want my life to be. Like, I really wish writing books paid, but it doesn't. Um, and I'm not ever shy of saying that. I'm not ever shy of saying that, I'm doing what I love to do, and I'm very privileged to do that. But I have zero idea how I got here, apart from a mix of people telling me to figure it out and sheer luck.
When I was a kid, I'd look at adults and I'll think, yeah, one day I'll be an adult and I will be sorted. It'll be fine. And
You're
then
never sorted.
then you become an adult and you realize that no one's ever an adult. Everybody's winging it.
Yeah.
Recently I told someone, you never grow up, you just grow old. and and figuring it out, winging it, same difference,
Yeah,
right?
100%.
But at the end of that, having arrived at a particular place, do you then think in terms of a life design? Like, if you think about, how you want to live your life, I won't say something as audacious as saying, where do I want to be 10 years from now?
Yeah.
Anyone who thinks, is futile thinking like that. Of course, life itself is futile. But just in terms of what is my ideal day, how would I like to build a day? What is getting in the way of my having that day tomorrow? How can things get better? And I mean the day in not just in terms of the work that you do, the
Yeah.
writing that you do, but the whole gamut of things, friendships, relationships, how we look at that. In our minds, there is a figure of an ideal life on that ideal day. But at the same time, reality is in the way of that. So, do you feel that the state you are in is that you'll just figure out as things go along because the world is so unpredictable and you can't plan anything anyway? Or have you arrived at a sort of quietude where you have a sense of, okay, these are the things I want, I'm working towards them, and I have some of them now, and that's how I want to live?
I think in my personal life, I'm quite sorted. I'm very happy with where I am at right now. I'm very happy with knowing that I have this set of people that I have. And I think as far as that's concerned, yeah, it fits very much and much more, in fact, than I had ever expected. So that part, touch wood, is good. Professionally, I really would like to be more selective of the kind of freelance work I take on. It's a lot of hustle. It's a lot of daily grinding. It's a lot of, and anyone who follows me on Instagram will always say, Narayani, you're running around, you're always working, because I am always working. And I would really, and this sounds so mundane, but I would really like to not hustle so much. There are parts of it that I truly enjoy. I like working on certain projects. I like working on some of the ghostwriting projects that I do. Do I want to have 5 gigs running side by side? I would like to reach a point where I don't need to have 5 gigs running side by side. I love what I do, and I love the fact that I am at a point where, okay, I can deal with the time management of this, and I can still have time left over for myself. And those are the 2 things that I really went very hard on for myself. Was I will have office hours, so 9 to 5:36, and uske baad nahi, and no working on weekends at all. And it's something that I've managed to maintain in like a decade of freelancing. I've managed to maintain that. So I'm very proud of that. But do I wish that I was at a place where I didn't need to have 5 projects running simultaneously? I kind of wish that. So I think that part needs to be revisited and revamped a bit. Which is something that I will be focusing the next couple of years on doing, and finding a way to do that. Because I think, it is a privilege to do what I do. I'd like to not just do only what I love to do. I'd like to continue working, because I think I wouldn't know what to do with myself if I wasn't also hustling a little bit, but not to this point.
One of my favorite quotes is, how you do the small things is how you do the big things,
Hmm.
right? And when I do things that are outside of my labor of love collection, though today everything I do is kind of a labor of love, but when I do things outside of that, I try to bring that ethic to the thing. And it's not even an ethic; it's just a personality trait that I will just get obsessive and I will try to do everything well, no matter how it is. Except hustling, I do zero hustling because that's not me. I hate that. Screw that. So I
Yeah.
keep telling people a good product is the best marketing. I just do 0% of that shit. So what's the approach you take towards that? Like, you're doing five things. You don't want to be in a position where you have to do all five. But once you are doing them, do you put heart and soul into them and just try
Yeah.
to solve them as best as you can?
I do. And that's irrespective whether it's my work or my freelance work, because I genuinely feel like if I'm being paid by somebody to produce a product for them, then it has to be top notch. It can't be anything less. And sometimes that can be very exhausting. Like, for instance, I could be writing my own book side by side along with two ghostwriting projects. So in a sense, I'm writing 3 books across 3 different genres at the same time.
And you can't ghost.
And, I can't ghost who I'm writing for and vanish on them.
Ghost, I mean ghost.
I can't ghost either. Because I can't not show up for the clients who have hired me on good faith. I can't do that. So it's taxing because, you have to then keep your mind alert across 3 different genres, which require 3 different parts of your mind to be functional and on any given day. And it sounds really cool, sure, but it's really not after a point, because it's very exhausting. So I'd really like to not do that. That to me is something that drains me, but I can't not put my heart and soul into it, and I can't not do, like, I can't do a substandard job either way. So
I recorded yesterday and day before with Gurcharan Das, and Gurcharan ji introduced me to this a really interesting framework where he was chatting with someone in the US, I think, and that person told him about the distinction between solemn and serious. He asked him, "Are you a solemn person or a serious person?" And the definitions there were that a solemn person takes himself seriously or takes herself seriously, and a serious person takes her work seriously. Now, to me, it is evident from your work that you are a serious person. It's all, no, I mean it as a compliment actually, and I'm going to double click on that a little bit later, just how good your books are. That you're a serious person, you take your work seriously, and you're obviously not a solemn person. I want to, and that's a great thing. And men find it much harder to overcome their solemnness because the male ego and all of that, it's just hard baked. You take yourself seriously. That is the one thing you take seriously. And it takes a lot of time to get past that as well. But in your case, what was that sort of journey between giving up the solemnities, so to say? What was that like? Because I would imagine that at one level, the hard knocks of life made that just come to you. If you weren't earning as much as your friends, if you had to choose between a commute and a samosa chai, then obviously beyond a point, the danger is that you lapse completely in the opposite direction and have tremendous imposter syndrome and self-doubt and all of that. And we'll talk about that as well. But did the solemnity go? Because even when you come into history, I guess you come into history with this self-image of yourself in mind, where at that moment where the work hasn't begun, you are taking yourself seriously. You're saying, I will be a historian, I will stand on podiums and give lectures and win awards. But eventually it is a work. Like, I wasn't at all surprised where you said that after the Menon book came out during COVID, you didn't think of the book at all. Because I imagine for you, the reward would be the writing of the book and not the reception of the book necessarily out in the world, right?
Yeah.
Which is a mark of a serious person. So tell me about this journey, because it also involves dealing with your ego, your sense of self-worth, and you can, like a pendulum, you can swing from one side to the other.
I mean, so much of it is characterized by imposter syndrome also, and also by feeling nervous about the kind of work that I have produced. I remember when I completed VP and put it out there, I was just completely numb for a while because I I couldn't believe what I'd done. B, and people who followed my work for a bit will remember this huge political shitstorm that occurred. Um, and that also terrified me because, it drove home to me the fact that in this country, history is taken seriously and possibly way too seriously sometimes. And it drove home to me the importance of believing in your work and also not taking yourself so seriously that you lose yourself entirely in your work and your identity in air quotes. Yes, I'm a historian, but so much in this day and age requires to be curated for public consumption also. So if you look at, I've never bothered, being curated on social media, whether it's Instagram or Twitter, because after a point, I find it incredibly taxing. Like, sure, I'll do the required tweets about my work, etc., because I do want my work to be seen and heard by people. But I will never make it only about the work. And I've always thought of that as maybe a flaw, especially in a day and age that is governed so much by public perception. And, you can build a brand just based on social media alone. I've never aimed to do that either, because for me, life is so much also more than that. I feel, I find my identity is only defined somewhat by my work. I'm very proud of my work, but it's not me. Like, it's not entirely me. It's just part of me. Me is who I am also outside the library and the archives. Me is also, a friend, a daughter, whoever I am, and whatever I'm showing up as for other parts of my life. That is me, honestly. And I don't think, I think social media sometimes honestly pushes you to take yourself way too seriously sometimes. So that's one aspect. The other is, I remember, one of the reasons that I chose to do a book like Panikkar was because so many people thought that I wrote the VP Menon book because, great granddaughter of VP Menon, so it's a family history. So, and this is, obviously there was praise for the book, etc., but that was a perception that has been hard to shake. And in a sense, I think I unconsciously chose Panikkar because I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to prove myself. And that, I think, is the part of me that was taking it seriously, where I became incredibly ambitious about my next project, which was Panikkar. And I wanted to prove to myself more than anyone else that I am someone who can produce a work that is good. I think somewhere along the way, in the pandemic, I wrote this essay on CB Mutamma for Supriya's portal for 52. I think that also played such a huge part in making me more confident about the kind of work that I wanted to do. And in that sense, I think Supriya was so fundamentally instrumental in helping me put a voice that I liked out there. With VP, I was still very unsure because it was my first book. I think CB Mutamma, and a lot of this is obviously editors play such a crucial role, and she was absolutely fabulous, and so was Vikram. And so was Medha, who was the fact checker on that piece. That I really enjoyed putting that out there. It was this biographical sketch of CB Mutamma, but it spoke to a larger scope of what the IFS was like at the moment of transfer of power, how gendered it was, how difficult it was for women to succeed in the IFS. And that was the first moment at which I actively began thinking, okay, this is something I can do. Because what putting the VP Menon book out there did at a time when it happened, which is pandemic plus political controversy, I put that book aside completely because there were bigger things to focus on at that point. So I became also scared because I received a lot of online abuse. I received a lot of hate. And I had reached a point where I was afraid to put my work out there. I think writing the CB Muthama piece really sort of pulled me up from that feeling of, oh my God, okay, I can't. I don't want to anymore. I think Supriya and her team was so encouraging and they were so excited by what I had to say in that piece that it made me feel excited about my work again. And I think that gave me the confidence to say, okay, I want to pick up Panikkar. By this point, I had already encountered Panikkar in the archives. I was toying with the idea of the book. I didn't think that I would go ahead with it. And then when we published the 52 piece on CB Muthama, it was, A, the reception was great. B, I liked how it was reading. I liked the work I put into it. I liked the story that it became once I did the work around it. And I enjoyed crafting that story. I enjoyed understanding where we were as a country at that point, where the IFS wasn't at that point. I enjoyed it. And I think what I hadn't discovered in all the years of doing VP Menon in the run-up to publishing VP Menon was enjoyment. Because I'd been hustling so much, I'd been so anxious about how am I going to finance myself, what is going to happen, how will I write this book, will it be a good book? Oh my God, it's a pandemic. Oh my God, there's a political controversy. There were so many things that were blocking me from actively enjoying what I do that I think I needed some kind of bridge to get back to realizing that, okay, I like what I do, and then Supriya came back and said, we want to do an ebook on the INA trials and we want you to do it. And I was like, okay, sure. And it was a measure of the trust that she had in my work. It was also a measure of, the trust that she had in me as a historian as well. And it helped to know that. I think it always helps to know just a little that you are good at what you do, and for someone to remind you that you're good at what you do. And I enjoyed putting that ebook together. It was a big risk to take because we didn't know that model at all. We didn't know whether it would succeed, whether it would work. But at that point, they wanted to take a chance. And I said, look, will you take the chance? And I loved working with them so much, and I loved how much enjoyment to my craft they brought that I said yes without thinking twice. Zero regrets, because it was such a great thing to work on and to experiment with and to also put together. It was a short little thing. It was 100 pages at max, and it's called Allegiance, and it's on Amazon and will be available on Kindle. But it was such a lovely thing to do. Both these things, and these were, 2021, 2022. So in a sense, when you look back at just the numbers of my career in terms of years, it looks like I kept up a spate of constant writing, which looks great on a CV, but behind that CV is a lot of anxiety, is a lot of stress, is a lot of constant, am I on the right trajectory? Am I on the right path? Do I still enjoy what I do? Do I still like, the way that I'm working? I think I needed the CB Muthama piece. I needed the Allegiance to reassure myself that, okay, this is something I enjoy doing. I'm glad that I chose this, and I don't mind the hustle around it.
One of the things I've tried to internalize and that I advise my writing students and young creators on is that don't be outward focused, be inward focused. Like, let everything be the work. Don't think about what people think of you or how they're going to respond and etc. etc. Which is why I feel it's kind of heartbreaking for me to hear that even after the VP book came out, that you had so much self-doubt, that you felt that you needed to prove yourself, and maybe Panikkar was a way to prove yourself. And part of that I understand, proving yourself to yourself, but the other part is tragic, proving yourself to others, because uh, and when you look back at that impulse, and of course you said you overcame it as this journey happened and you fell in love with the work again, but do you feel regretful that you had that impulse at all to begin with? Do you feel bitter that you had to have it? Like, some of it I understand, some of the looking out was forced by circumstances. You had to hustle to make a living. There was a controversy which forced you to and that kind of thing, when a Twitter war breaks out, it can just be fucking horrible. I know. So who doesn't actually? Yeah. Anyone who puts themselves out there knows. What do you feel when you look back on that? And is that phase over forever, that you don't have to worry about the outside world so much, apart from the obvious angles of earning a living and the hustle that involves? But apart from that, you can just do the work and not think about that stuff.
No, I don't think it's tragic, because I feel like every one of us goes through periods where we do doubt what we do, and we do doubt where we're going and how we're going, and if we're going about it in the right way. Are we doing the right thing? Is there a better way to do what we're doing?
But I mean, the doubt can be internal on, is the work good enough, which is healthy. We should all go through that. But when it's external, that what are other people saying about it? Do they take me seriously? That's where I feel it can really get toxic and mess with your head.
Yes, but I think that's also a part, like, I think that's something, if you have a public facing career, there will be a part of your brain that does put weight on that, because it's not just strangers who are reading your work. It's also people you love and care about, whose opinions you value, the people you respect in your field. So there will be some element, I think, where you are wondering what they think. I don't think any one of us can be entirely divorced from it. I think that would be ideal if we were divorced from it, but I don't think, at least I'm not. Like, I wouldn't put 90% or even 99% of the weight of what are people thinking. But yes, there will be some amount of wondering whether, has, X read it. Like when I sent Panikkar to be blurbed by Shiv Shankar Menon, I was very nervous because, he is somebody I deeply look up to and respect. And his judgment of the book, when it came, it meant a lot that he enjoyed the book, that he enjoyed reading it. So I think, when I wrote this and I showed the first draft to my mother, I was freaking out because she is somebody who's always read the first drafts of what I write. And usually her opinion can be brutally honest, but it's usually the opinion that is one of the anchoring ones in my life. And it depends, right? Like when I'm showing it to my mother, I want her to enjoy what she's reading. I want her to like it. I think that's just human. I think I wouldn't necessarily say that it's tragic. I think that it's important that you put value in what at least the people you love and respect feel about your work.
Let's go back in time to when you first started doing history. Like, you fallen in love with history, you decide this is what I'm going to do, so you won't be, a public policy scholar at a big think tank, coming on TV and being in a little rectangle there, giving opinions, but that you're going to immerse yourself. And, Supriya said something like, at the age we were all sitting on walls drinking beer, Narayani was in archives slaving away. So I want you to take me through the journey of falling in love with history and deciding that you want to do history and actually finding out what the damn thing involves. What was that journey like? And did that lead to different kinds of self-doubt, or did that lead to your falling even deeper in love because, hey, endless rabbit holes, so fascinating, etc., etc.? What was that like?
I think I began loving history in school. And that was largely due to a class teacher of mine, Mrs. Rose Jacob. And she was fabulous in that she taught history like it was a story. She didn't teach it like it was this roll call of dates and names and, wars that were fought. She taught it to us like it was like a movie happening. And I loved it. And I began reading a lot of history when I was in college. I began reading a lot of nonfiction when I was in college. A lot of historical fiction I was already reading, Jean Plaidy and stuff like that when I was in school. Then I began reading historical nonfiction because I was a history undergrad. You had to do it as part of coursework. And then I branched out into reading a lot of nonfiction in general, mostly biographies, autobiographies, um, biographies of events and wars and moments in time. And I began enjoying it. I didn't enjoy, I have to say, studying history in college because it's one thing to love history in the abstract sense of the word. It's a whole other thing to actually study history in the academic sense of the word. So when I began studying history in college, I hated it because it was just so dense and so overwhelming in the concepts and in the periods of time that you were taught. You were taught periods of time in blocks of years. And it was not fun at all. Add to that, your own personal awkwardness at being a teenager and being, a misfit and all of that. And it was fairly nightmarish. I think I began loving history and reading the biographies and all that I was talking about in my 20s and enjoying it and enjoying learning what different biographies and stories tell you about different people and tell you about different personalities. I began enjoying learning more about that because I found that if you read particularly biographies, autobiographies, my favorite genre, you get to know exactly what the quirks are in individuals' personality that makes them make certain decisions that may lead to wars, that may lead to governments falling, that may lead to, intense love affairs that can derail the trajectories of history. That to me was fascinating. And that's when I began loving history. And that's when I began wanting to understand more about how history happened. I think so much of that was encouraged by also my mother, who is a great reader herself, encouraged me to always read. And so the more I loved history was because I was reading a lot. And to date, I think it's one of my fallbacks. Even when I'm not reading anything heavy, I'm reading something like a social biography of 1930s England or something, right? Like, it sounds very heavy, but to me it's just fun. And I enjoy reading that. And that, I think, fed into how I wanted to tell history and how I wanted to write it. I just had to figure out a way in which to do that, because I think it takes a bit before you find, I know finding your voice sounds really too much, but it takes a while. I don't think you immediately find a style, or if you do, you're very lucky and it's a gift. But it took me a bit to understand when I began writing history and sort of researching in the archives, etc., what I wanted to write like. And this is beyond navigating the archives, which is a whole other mess, because, you're not taught this in college. It's only now that you're beginning to be taught this, which is great, because when I was in college and when I finished and started going to the archives, etc., it was this maze, because you just didn't know where to start. You didn't know what to look for. You didn't know what entries to look for. You didn't know what indexes to pick up. And the National Archives is this, labyrinth where you basically have to figure out which index to look at, which subheading under those indexes to look at, which cross-reference to look at. The file that comes up can either be NT, which is the nightmare of every National Archives scholar, which is not traceable, or not transferred, depending. Or it's just not there, or it's been taken by monkeys, which is a thing, or it's a mess, right? You have to figure out, or you could get like a file with nothing in it. Like, they'll be like, "Ha, ye file hai," but it's khali. There's nothing in there. And then you're just like, what do I do with this? And it could have possibly been the key to unlocking the greatest question you have at that point, but there's just nothing there. So 25 dead ends you have to deal with on a daily basis. Then there's the question of how to sift and parse through all the research that you manage to gather. There's also the question of when do you stop researching? Where do you draw the line? There's also the question of what do you leave out? What do you put in? None of this was taught at when I was in college. So, when you get out of college and then you're just like, and I don't have a PhD. So for me, I had to really learn from scratch. I didn't know how. All of that learning and sort of putting together the jigsaw puzzle of which piece of information goes where and what do you incorporate, what do you not incorporate. I had to take decisions on, when I went to SOAS in 2016 and I found the recordings, Harry Hodgson recordings in his private collection where he'd spoken to VP Menon, and I heard VP Menon speaking. That's when I knew. And I was already, 2 years into researching it. That's when I knew that, okay, I want his voice to feature prominently in the telling of the story. Otherwise, I had never encountered oral history. I didn't know how to deal with oral history. It was at that moment that I realized the importance of oral history. So pretty much all of my craft, I suppose, if you can call it that, though I feel like it sounds deeply pretentious when one does. It's just been learnt on the job, really. It's always been a matter of trying to figure stuff out, which I feel like has been the mantra that has ruled my life until now.
So you mentioned Rose Jacob, and she would tell you stories from history as if they were movies. So on our YouTube show, Ajay and I will once in a while do an episode called "Stories That Should Be Films." So in one of our episodes, we spoke about VP Menon, and I referenced your book. In fact, I think the thumbnail was a boy setting a school on fire, which is of course it's so cinematic. It's such a great way
moment,
to start. Yeah. It's a great moment. Yeah, he's out on the banks, and I think he finds an empty bottle, and I mean, the way that played out in my head, it's like, man, this is great cinema. So if producers are listening to this, they should get in touch with you and just buy the rights. Everything is there, and then you don't have to do like these 5 simultaneous freelance projects. Tell me about learning how to write, because it's one thing dealing with, and I'll ask you about knowledge management also. All of these little things you mentioned are actually pretty big questions. How do you deal with all the knowledge coming at you and all that? But we'll come to that. But I'm also interested in learning how to write, because with the Panikkar book, I mean, I love the VP Menon book, but with the Panikkar book, especially, the prose is so bloody elegant and the research is so rigorous. No, I'm seriously telling you, like, this is why I will just kind of... like, it is so good. And how did you arrive at this? Like, how did you arrive at a style? What were your models? What are the kind of principles that you started framing for yourself? Because the danger if you're reading history is that a lot of history, especially in academia, is, number one, it is so turgid. It's just written in bad prose. And to me, bad writing is an indication of bad thinking. And also, there's the academia trap of having certain lenses which are fashionable and other lenses which are not. So how did you navigate all of this, arriving at your own ethic of doing history, number one, and then your writing style and developing that? Like, I don't think it is at all pompous to use phrases like voice and craft and all of that. You're a writer. This is what you do. This is what we want to learn from you. So,
I think at the heart of it, I think Rose ma'am taught me one very simple thing, which is essentially that you're telling a story to people. And I think that somewhere became something that I internalized. Irrespective of what I write and who I write on, my main aim is I need to tell the story of this person. I need to tell the story of the time they were living in, what kind of home they grew up in, what kind of mother did they have, what kind of father did they have, was their childhood stormy, were they naughty in school, were they particularly considered stupid, all of that shapes you also as a person. So then, as a person, what are the times you're living in? What are the people you're surrounded by? Are you a lonely person? Are you a friendly person? Is your marriage bad? Is your marriage good? If your marriage is good, has your wife been a support? Have you been a support to your wife? What kind of father are you? all of that builds into who you are and what you bring to what you do. What I found with most of the people that I have worked on is that history is sometimes created behind the scenes. All the people that I have worked on so far are people who have been very much a part of a certain period of our history, which we associate with the big guns, right? Nehru, Gandhi, Patel. But yet you have people like a Muthamma who never really got what she was due. Yet she took the government of India to court. Yet her case was the one that overturned the ruling that lady officers couldn't get married, lady officers couldn't get promoted. You could get married then, right after, and you could join the IFS without signing the undertaking that she had to sign when she joined, saying that she wouldn't get married, otherwise she would have to leave the service. That simple act of having the courage to take the government of India to court changed everything for people like Nirupama Rao, for instance, right? So in that sense, it made history. VP Menon, behind the scenes, did the paperwork that was required to pull together an entire independence movement and crystallize the transfer of power in law, bring together 565 princely states onto the map of modern India. K.M. Panikkar, again, behind the scenes as part of the Chamber of Princes, led the push for federalism, which was doomed, but he led it nonetheless. Continued to write hugely important tracts on foreign policy, history, nationalism, many of which are still important today. And what are these? These are very simple things, right? Like VP Menon was never a bureaucrat in the typical ICS sense of the word, and yet he became, one of our top civil servants in that sense of the word, right? C.B. Muthamma did what she did. History is made by people who do something driven by what they believe in. And sometimes that leads to sloganeering on the streets. Sometimes that leads to active politics and political parties. Most times, most of us are behind the scenes in our daily lives doing what we're doing. And sometimes you start a juggernaut that leads to something else altogether. And for me, it became important to tell the story of how they managed to do what they did. What did they grow up believing? And so C.B. Muthamma, for instance, had a mother who was fiercely feminist, fiercely wanted her daughter to stand up for herself against men in general and the patriarchy in general and take on the world like that. Those were the ideals she gave her daughter. That's what her daughter grew up believing, and therefore was unafraid to do something like taking the government of India to court. VP Menon runs away, sets his school on fire, goes to work in Kolar, in the gold mines, etc. But is too proud and too stubborn to go back and say, okay, I screwed up. Would prefer to make it on his own rather than going back home at all. Right? K.M. Panikkar, again, deeply ambitious, knew he wanted to be in politics. Again, took a very unconventional hopscotch way to get to maybe not active politics, but definitely a top political role in a country that was beginning to form itself. These were people who were driven by certain things, like Panikkar grew up in India that was changing. He went to college in a world that was changing. All of that shaped his view of the world and of where India should be in that world. So I think the more you focus on what drives a person, and that's irrespective of his own personal beliefs, because his personal beliefs are shaped by the kind of environments he grew up in, the kind of friends he had, all of that. It's simple stuff, but it makes you who you are. And I think that's something that along with Rosema'am, it was also the kind of biographies I was reading, the kind of autobiographies I was reading. The best ones are the simplest ones. The best ones are the ones that have lots of color, lots of, little focuses on personal quirks, etc.
Like which ones stand out for you?
Like Peter Clarke's biography of Stafford Cripps, for instance, which gives a beautiful in-depth look at his political career, but also highlights the fact that, for instance, he had a great penchant for knitting and nudity. So those are things that stand out to me, stuff like that. Because then the person as well as the personality is imprinted in your brain, and that's what you want with history. Particularly, I've now written 2 biographies, so I guess biographer is also what I am. And that's what I want to take away. Once I put down a book on someone, I want to know the overall context in which they were living, the overall ways in which they felt compelled to contribute to those contexts, and what drove them internally. What petty jealousies did they have? What kind of rivalries did they have at work? Stuff like that is what I want to know, because it helps me to understand history a lot better. So that's one thing that I wanted to bring to writing. And the other thing was quite simply that I wanted it to be accessible. I didn't want it to be, and I wanted none of my books to be academic in that sense of the word. I think when you tell stories is the best way in which people remember times and people that have passed. I think, and this is no disrespect to academia at all, but I just think that when I'm telling history, what I want it to be is something you can pick up irrespective of who you are, and you can read about it and you can learn from it and you can put it down and take a story away with you and know and be able to retell that story, recount that story, bits of that story will stay with you always. I think that to me is the most important thing when you read any book, and that's what I wanted with my books as well.
I also want to know how you decide on what you're going to write about and what you're going to write about it. Like, my favorite sentence from your book is this: the Maharaja of Alwar, for instance, may have been a charmer and a pedophile, and a man capable of setting his polo pony on fire when it didn't perform as he wanted it to. But he was also acutely aware of his constitutional rights based on the Government of India Act 1919. Now, there are 3 books in this one sentence, right? It's just so mind-blowing. And this is something that I like. Manu Pillai also does this excellently well, that every book of his is basically Game of Thrones into 100.
Yeah.
That there are so many things happening, madcap characters, eccentricities, etc., etc. And I would, like they say, मैं तो बौखला जाता हूँ कि, which story do you tell, because they are so incredibly amazing. So one, how did you arrive at these 2 people? And when you arrive, and like, I think we discussed in our last conversation, you didn't actually know VP Menon was your great-grandfather when you started. So it's not like a family thing. So how do you arrive at these subjects? And what I'm curious about is, what is it about these subjects that fascinated you? Because they are not among the like the front page heroes in a sense. So people everybody talks about, they are doing things behind the scenes, and at the same time they're deeply complicated in their relationships with women, for example. None of these are particularly admirable men.
Yes.
There's all kinds of stuff going on there. They are great men and they're also limited men, and
yes,
they're all kinds. So what fascinated you about them and compelled you to go deeper? And when you go deeper, then what is the stuff that you're looking at? How do you because every decision that you make of what to put in is also a decision of what not to put in. And how is all that playing out?
I think for me, like you said, I didn't know VP Menon was my great-grandfather. So that was something that was just driven by me discovering that he was my great-grandfather, me discovering that there was nothing on him at all that I could reference, apart from the 2 books that he did write, and me wanting to simply say, okay, I want to put this together somehow. So for me, that was about as limited as that, and limited or expansive as the case may be. Panikkar, I had come across when I was working as a policy analyst in his capacity as ambassador to China. And I read his work on 2 Chinas. I read about him in China, and then I moved on to the next assignment. I didn't really think about him thereafter. I came across him again when I was working on VP Menon, and then this time I encountered Panikkar in a totally different capacity in the Chamber of Princes. And I was very intrigued because I didn't know enough about Panikkar, and I thought, okay, that's weird. It was a rabbit hole. I didn't go down it immediately because I was still finishing VP. There was stuff to be done, edits and all of that. I began sort of looking into it more when we were in lockdown. And I discovered, obviously, anyone who has read a little bit about Panikkar will know that he was a prolific writer across, like I said, foreign policy, history, nationalism, very complex subjects. So all of that was there, but there wasn't anything about him. There was there were two limited biographies that I found on archive.org, which were very laudatory and which basically spoke about his life as a series of milestones. And this year he did that, and that year he did this, which didn't tell me what I wanted to know, and what I want to know about a person is always much deeper. Like I said, what was their childhood like? What were they like as kids? All of that. So I had the time. I began digging around a bit. I began trying to figure out. And it was about this time that social media came in super handy, and a mutual on Twitter actively introduced me to a relative of Panikkar, who then put me in touch with his granddaughter, who is now a dear friend of mine. And she put me in touch with his last surviving daughter, who was in Madras, is still in Madras, in fact. And I began a series of email conversations with her, with Radha ma'am, who is in Madras. And she was very forthcoming and very gracious. And she said, she's very email savvy and all of that. And she said, I'll write you a series of emails telling you what I remember. And then obviously that became greater conversations. As you know, there are always more questions to ask and all of that. And her memory was excellent, and she was not at all shy about speaking about her father. His granddaughter was not at all shy about her memories. So by this point, I was properly intrigued. And once the archives opened and once I went back and looked at the material that was available, I found that, okay, this is somebody who has literally been, and this is he lived around the same time as VP, but his life was a very different trajectory. But again, both these men played such vital roles in the Indian independence movement in very different capacities. But, for Panikkar, he was very active from 1915 to 1963. And he was everywhere. He was a historian, he was a lawyer, he was a nationalist, he was an anarchist, he used to write fiction, he was a poet, he was an administrator, he was, my mind was blown by the scope of his career alone, forget anything else.
He was Forrest Gump of the intellectual world.
And he just, he was member of the States Reorganization Commission, he was Nehru's man in China and in Egypt and in France. He worked with Kashmir and Patiala and Bikaner. He asked Sir Orelstein to come in and start looking at what became the lost Indus Valley civilization. This was somebody who completely, the range of his mind fascinated me, because that mind contributed so much to every one of modern India's milestones that it took me by surprise. And I was very intrigued. That's what brought me to Panikkar. Because apart from, unconsciously looking for a subject that would challenge me, I mean, if that was my subconscious objective, I certainly fulfilled it with this one, because when I began pulling this book together in terms of research also, it was sprawling all over the place because of the kind of work he did and the kind of man this was, who he wouldn't sit down, he wouldn't shut up. It was madness trying to be his biographer, because there were times at which I felt I couldn't keep up with him, because he was just churning out milestone work after milestone work, and I just wanted to say, just sit down and just breathe for 5 minutes. No, why are you doing so much? But at the end of the day, when you look at his career alone, this is such a fascinating mind to deal with. And in that sense, it was a harder book to put together than VP Menon, also because This was a mind that ranged across so many different spheres of India's story that it took me aback, because there was, you couldn't keep up with him, really speaking, and it was his mind that actually contributed so much um, to what India should think of itself as, especially as a post-colonial nation. And it was also very interesting to watch both him and VP in action, because especially when you take on the princely states, both he and VP Menon come in almost as bookends to that whole process of integration, right? Because Panikkar comes in the mid 1920s, when, the states are just beginning to stand up and say, okay, what about us? And there's this whole concept of pulling princely state together with provinces, and this becomes this whole federal tussle that will happen throughout the 1930s. And you can see VP on the sidelines, right? Like when Panikkar goes to the round tables to present the prince's case for federation, you can see VP Menon on the sidelines, and he's this young typist. You see VP Menon later when the Government of India Act 1935 comes into being, the prototype of the instrument of accession, which is drafted by VP. And then obviously VP comes in much later during the transfer of power and integration. Panikkar has been there throughout this entire process. Both of these men have contributed in very different ways. But you see, I think that is a great example of showcasing how different people can contribute towards the same cause in a different way. You don't always have to be doing the same thing. I think you can be doing diametrically opposite things and still pulling together to contribute towards one great cause, which for all of these guys was eventual transfer of power, eventual emergence of India as a stable entity in the eyes of the world. And I think stories like this highlight to me how you needn't be doing what everyone expects you to be doing. You needn't be an active politician. You needn't be actively out there sloganeering, etc. If you want to, that's great and it's important. But if your personality is not thus inclined, if you feel you can contribute in other ways, you can and you should. Both these men are great examples of how two different people can do exactly the same thing.
Earlier I was talking about how the VP Menon thing should be a film. What I had actually pitched was a web series. And now I'm thinking that season 1 can be VP Menon, season 2 can be KM Panikkar, and they both play bit parts in each other's roles. So you're saving money on the actors also. You shoot it like one thing and, works like that. Earlier, you spoke about how sometimes you'd go to the archives and something in a file would be missing, and one of the options you gave for that is it's taken by monkeys.
Yes.
And until I realized that you mean literal monkeys,
yes, I do.
I thought you meant senior historians. And I want to ask about that. And this is a serious question because when I look at the intellectual world around me, right, I feel extremely mad and frustrated because our elites come out of a really small, incestuous group of people. They get great degrees, they get credentials, they build their name, but the whole ecosystem is so mediocre that mediocrity is enough to get you to the top, and then you're a respected name, and the place is full of midwits. And sometimes I'll just look at the books being written and the commentators out there in the public, and the words that are coming to my mind are not fit for a family show, so I won't take them here. But I'm like, what the fuck is this even? And I'm guessing as an actual player in the game, it must have been harder for you because you're a young woman coming into a field where there will be a lot of older male historians with awesome credentials who are simply not going to take you seriously, especially because the subject of your first book happens to be your great-grandfather, and it must be so frustrating for you, especially because many of them would also be full of crap and not good at all. Now, I know we have good historians, and I know that some of them may have been supportive as well, but basically ecosystem mein, and I'll just use the word sab chutiye hai, right? So was this a frustration that you faced, that I'm not being taken seriously enough? Because it would be particularly hard for a young woman at the start of her career, because women tend to also suffer from the imposter syndrome a bit much. On top of that, you have this credentialism bullshit. You have an ecosystem of already established names. What was it like for you to navigate this world and arrive at that self-belief? And being taken seriously is a separate thing entirely. I wouldn't even want to be taken seriously by these jokers. But what was your journey like?
No, I think, when I first came into this, it was with a lot of hope that I would be taken seriously. I think by and large, yes, I have been taken seriously. Of course, there are people who don't, and I think that's the case with everyone. But I feel like there were moments where I did feel that, okay, I'm not being taken seriously because this is my great grandfather. I have been to events where nobody showed up. I've done all of that. So in a sense, in many ways, the VP Menon book was also a great baptism by fire almost, because events just worked out that way. And I think it's easier to write off somebody who has written a book about a family member rather than taking her or him seriously as a historian, which is why I'm glad I went on to work on the projects that I did thereafter, because I think that was important for me to do in order to consolidate the fact that I am a historian and that is what my career is going to be. I think in this field, especially if you are a woman, you kind of have to grow thick skin. I think it's sad that you have to, but I think especially more if you are a woman, you have to grow a thicker skin to deal with the kind of comments that may come your way or the kind of feedback in air quotes that comes your way. And this is in my case, it's been a handful minority. It's not been the massive majority that have treated me with dismissiveness. I think the majority, especially now, is that, yes, this is a good book. And yes, when it came out, there was just too much happening at that point for even me to process. I think in that sense, the fact that it came out on the 12th of February and a month later we went into lockdown, it was too many things at the same time. And I think that gave me the ability to sort of crouch away from social media, the ability to sort of distance myself emotionally from whatever was happening politically at that point. And it also gave me the sense of, and I think this would probably be an automatic reaction, I think it gives you the sense that you want to be able to prove your critics wrong, and you want to be able to prove people who've been writing you off as mistaken. That's something that, was really born at that point. And I think at that point, it became very clear to me that I want to be able to enjoy what I do, but I also want to be respected in what I do. And that became something that drives me even today. Even when I put out something like a Panikkar, it's done with great care because I do want to be taken seriously. And because I am serious about what I do. But I think that journey for me happened at a time when the world was in such a moment of flux that I don't think I had the chance to process it even. A lot of my processing was done in retrospect. A lot of it was not done at that point. And I think when that happens, like when you are looking back at something rather than processing it as you are going through it, it gives you a little bit of distance. It gives you a little bit of remoteness from what you may have been feeling at that point. A lot of which had nothing to do with the book, right? Because the pandemic at that point just swamped everything. So I don't think I processed whatever was happening around the book And that was also a year, if it was a year of controversy, it was also a year where the book went into reprints, where people were buying despite it being a lockdown. So good things were happening. It's not that it was not happening, but because, your mind was just distracted by what the hell is happening and what is happening. Um, I wasn't able to sort of grasp what that had done to me, in terms of emotions and emotionally facing whatever I was going through. I think now, in retrospect, yes, it was a really brutal sort of initiation into my line of work. But this is not to also take away from the fact that there were good things happening. There was, if for every critic, there were two admirers of the kind of work I was doing. There were people who were sending me messages and DMs going like, okay, we really enjoyed this book. There were people who were saying, okay, come and teach our class. We want you to speak about VP Menon. And that was a great sort of stabilizer for me. It was a great sort of anchoring moment, because when bad things are happening to you, it's also easy to hold on to the bad things rather than look at the good things. And in retrospect, when I look back at it, there was also that, that level of growth also happening, where as many lit fests as could be held before we went into lockdown invited me, and I spoke. And again, it was a huge moment, because I had always been such a bad public speaker on stage that to date I'm just very happy whenever I speak well on stage or in public. So it was also a moment of great learning personally, and a moment of great learning to understand how I want to project myself also in public and professionally.
You mentioned feedback in air quotes. You have any example? That's a great phrase, feedback in air quotes. Do you have any examples?
None that I want to put on air.
Okay. No air quotes in the air, on air. Before we go into the break, and after the break, we'll get to your book and talk about Panikkar. Before we get that, one sort of final question that, two aspects to this. One is COVID, that during COVID, you mentioned that you weren't well, and it was a struggle in different ways. And I think for all of us, if you were in India, if you went through that period, it was just a struggle for everyone in different ways. Either you fell in yourself, or you lost someone who didn't. And so one, there would have been that happening, which was a big wake up call to the world and a shock. And two, there is just the passage of time, Like, as I have gone through my life, I have increasingly gotten more and more frustrated at how bloody fast the years go by. The days are long, the years are short.
Yeah.
They just whip by. And I wonder how your journey through your 30s led you to recalibrate what you're doing and think of it. Like, a writer friend of mine said he was speaking to another writer friend of his who gave him the advice that, be very careful about what your next book is, because he said, I have figured out my rhythm. It takes me 5 years to write a book, and therefore I can't be flippant. I can't have 40 projects and choose one at random. I know I have a limited number of books in my life, and those are the ones that I have to do, and etc. etc. And similarly, whatever you were envisaging as your career or your writerly life, say 10 years ago, you'd probably have learned by now that a lot of it is actually not going to happen, that you have to pick and choose and prioritize, and etc. etc. So what has that journey been like for you?
Again, a lot of it has been figuring it out, right? Like, I mean, you choose to write one biography. I didn't think when I started that biography that I would be writing another one. If you had asked me while I was writing VP Menon what I intended to write next, I wouldn't have known. This just happened because I got interested and went down a research rabbit hole, and then got fascinated by it. And I'm also very lucky that, I found publishers who were interested in this story, because, with VP Menon, there was an overt political hook, right? Like, this was Sardar Patel's right-hand man. He did the whole task of integration along with Sardar Patel, etc. With Panikkar, I always felt it was a very niche personality, even, because when you look at his career, what stands out to you is the ambassadorship in China. You don't really, or you tend not to think of Panikkar in any other sense of the word, unless you're very specialized in, say, constitutional law. Then you know about his career with the princely states and federalism. And likewise, like if you're specialized in certain parts of his that would relate to his career, then you would know some parts of Panikkar's career. You wouldn't know the whole overarching arc. And so I thought I don't know who would be interested. Like, I'm interested. I don't know who else would be interested. So I'm lucky enough to have found publishers who said, okay, he sounds really interesting and we are as fascinated as you are. I don't know. See, because the easiest thing to say is you want to choose a sexy subject that sells, you know. I think I've established by now that I don't really write sexy subjects.
It's a sexy book.
I tend to choose men and women who are, you know, if not, they're not solemn, but they're certainly serious and they're behind the scenes and they're not really people that many have heard of or know too much about. That is somewhere where I think I've landed. And that's somewhere where I think I'm very fascinated in learning what happens behind the scenes of a big moment in history. And I think because that is my driving curiosity, because I think my next one will also be somebody who was working behind the scenes. Well, my next one is a co-authored book on T.N. Seshan, who was very much not behind the scenes of anything and was very, very, very out there. But my next solo project will likely be yet another person that we haven't heard of, much less me knowing too much of. So I don't know, you know, I don't have a strategy where in my head I'm thinking, okay, but my next book has to be the kind of book that has a subject that everyone will pick up and everyone will read, because I think it's quite clear that I don't tend to gravitate towards those subjects. So I don't know what my next book is going to be. I don't have a game plan or a strategy. I certainly never had a game plan to choose Panikkar. I really didn't. And even with VP, it stemmed purely from wanting to know more. I think both these men I chose because I wanted to know more. And then I just got really fascinated and was like, okay, everyone should know more about these guys. So I don't know who the next one is, but it is likely going to be someone who we do not know more about.
You should fully make up someone and build a big story and see if someone notices. You know, by the time it comes out like 3 years later, you can plant a lot of fake things about that person in LLM. So everyone's going to go to ChatGPT and they'll be like, oh, who is Muralidhar Rao Ingalwadi? And there'll be tons of material.
Oh, how does that make me different from like a WhatsApp university then?
I'm totally kidding. You should absolutely not do that. Don't be like me, be like you. Let's take a quick break. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm still with Narayani Basu. Historians have infinite patience. She is not going anywhere. So let's talk about your book on Panikkar first. And the book begins in such a fascinating way by going into his prehistory, as it were, right? Where you speak about his grandmother, Kunjipalli Gauri, and her brother, Eravi Kesava, who is also such an awesome guy. He reclaims land from the mighty Vembanad Lake, as you put it, and, it's seen as a rare feat of engineering, and he's also, diverted the course of a river, and it's a technical marvel, and etc., etc. And again, you paint a picture of him as an extraordinary kind of man. His grandmother's extraordinary, the uncles are extraordinary. And I was just thinking that, uh, today, a lot of people can potentially be a Panikkar, but in that age, there's a very tiny group of families and people that someone like that can emerge from. That arc is very unusual.
Yeah.
You have a really small bunch of elites with the learning and the wealth and all of that, and then from there, this guy happens to emerge and everything. And of course, he's extraordinary in his own right, but all of this kind of falls into place. So tell me a bit more about that. About, at one point he was even looked at as a black sheep of the family. You speak about how his brother was a much better student, but he couldn't pass matric because he wasn't good at arithmetic,
Yeah.
which is something I totally sympathize with. So tell me a bit about any of these other people who fascinate you, because when I read about Eravi Kesava, Kunjipalli Gauri, it feels like they could also be subjects of biographies in their own right. Like, they're mad people, the kind of shit they're doing, so like you've described Eravi Kesava's schedule, where you say, quote, to meet Eravi Kesava you had to be patient. He would interrupt his schedule for nobody. First he would bathe in ice cold water, then his servants would solemnly hand him his daily pellet of opium, which he would swallow before eating his customary handful of roasted grain. Stop quote. Like, first of all, where did you get it from? And also paint me, what does the opium do exactly? What's going on there?
I have no idea. I got this from Panikkar's memoir. This is how he remembers his grandmother's brother, and this is how he remembers his grandmother. And it's very clear that these are the standouts for him in his childhood. And he has this collection of memories about all of these people. So Eravi Krishna Kesava comes across as this domestic tyrant whom everyone was a little afraid of. He was very brilliant in his own right, but he was also somebody who ruled the household with a rod of iron. His grandmother is this very gentle figure, almost maternal in his memory. She was the one who used to tell him stories. They used to play games together. She taught him the Malayalam alphabet. When he was naughty and he was tied up to this pillar by his tutor,
because he wrote a love poem for a
because he
girl.
wrote a love poem for a local girl. She used to sneak out and untie him, and he quickly, once the tutor was supposed to be back, he used to be tied up again. They had this little secret camaraderie going on. And his mother is this very disciplinarian figure, rather than maternal warmth. That's the sense you get from his memoir, that she was a very strong, intelligent, capable woman who was a much more discipline-oriented woman than anything else. Of his father, we don't know much at all, beyond the fact that, he mentions him in these couple of lines where he's mentioned as a man of great conscience, and, nothing more is said about him. He doesn't recur again in the memoirs. Much of his early years, when he recounts them, and, the early chapters in this book, particularly of his childhood, are almost exclusively taken from his memoir, because his memories of them were so clear. And he's not a particularly sporty child. He likes to be immersed in his books and his dreams and all of that. And that's really something that he would much rather be doing. I think you see a much greater exposure that happens for him when he goes to Trivandrum to stay with his mother's brother and his own brother, both of whom are in Trivandrum for their respective studies at the time. And this is, in the early years of the 20th century, it's not just Trivandrum that's going through a period of great social and economic change. It's also the country. And his uncle's house, again, uncle is a very strict man, rules the house again with a rod of iron. The boys aren't allowed to loiter on the way home. They're not really allowed to make friends. And you get really weirdly touching insights into what Panikar's childhood must have been, because he's caned very often and sometimes for no reason at all. And he grows up, almost defending corporal punishment in his memoir. But his uncle's home is also this place where it's open house for journalists, for local politicians, for writers, for poets. Everyone is dropping in and out, and the boys aren't really prevented from sitting in and listening to conversations on nationalism, on where India's national movement is at that point. And this is the point post the Swadeshi movement and the partition of Bengal. And, the Swadeshi movement has united this country in a wave of fury that has taken the empire back. The Congress is very much on the scene at this point, and you also have a split in the ideology of the Congress at this point. So you have stories of, the scenes on the Tapti River with shoes and chairs being flung about, the split between the extremists and the moderates. So you have all this happening, and it's almost a time of really feverish change. And it's the first time Panikkar is, as a young boy, exposed to currents of nationalism that are happening across the country. After that is a brief period where he hopscotches between schools, and he's really not a good student. And his family despairs of him because, they are really hoping that one of the two boys is going to take over from the grandmother's brother and from the uncles who are running the show at this point. Clearly, it's not going to be him. And there, you see a much younger Panikkar who is very sensitive, who can hear and understand what is being said about him, and who is hurt and who is upset. And, he's always wanted to just be with his books and spend his days reading and writing. And he wishes that there could be a way for him to do that. And there's this moment also where he tries to commit suicide. No one knows how he got hold of a bottle of chloroform, but, the next thing he knows, his grandmother is over him and tears are running down her cheeks. And it's this portrait of this young boy who knew that he wasn't good enough for his family intellectually and wanted to better himself. And I think that began driving the young man that he was growing up to be. When he goes to Oxford, and he goes to Oxford in 1914, his brother basically has gone ahead of him and sends word back home and says, look, send him out. I'll take care of him. And he comes to England when the world is on the cusp of war. And there's immense unrest in England at this point. There's labor unrest. There is a huge class disparity. There is unemployment. There is immense political tensions. The suffragette movement is raging. Home rule is being, very stormily passing through Parliament at this point. There are concepts of universal adult franchise. There's war clouds on the horizon. And when Panikkar goes to Oxford, he meets a group of young men who bring it home to him that he may have been exposed to nationalism, etc., in a limited sense at home, but he really didn't know the bigger issues of the day, and he didn't know enough. And again, you see that flicker of self-doubt and self-worth, low self-worth coming in, because he goes back to his brother and he says, what do I do? Can I read up more about this? And his brother actually says, yeah, you can and you should. And it begins this pattern for Panikkar where he would automatically start reading more in order to learn more about something he felt unsure of. And that defined the adult that he was going to be, because he would always take refuge in learning more. In college, once he's sort of mingling with his peers and taking part in debates and participating in the Oxford Majlis, which was this debating club at that point, which had members from Burma, from Ceylon, from India, all discussing their own individual countries' aspirations for nationalism. And by this point, the war has broken out. The world is at war. India is at war. In 1915, there are more changes in the country also. Tilak and Annie Besant have formed the Home Rule League. Mahatma Gandhi has arrived in India. And you have this young man in Oxford beginning to write on subjects that, when I was researching this, I was aghast because I couldn't imagine myself writing the kind of subjects that he was writing about. He was writing about citizenship, he was writing about diaspora rights, he was writing about immigration, identity. Where would India be after the war? What did the national movement mean? What did it mean to be a subject of the empire versus a citizen of your own country? And citizen, obviously, in those days didn't have the constitutional codification that it came to have. It just was a sense of belonging to your own country. What did that mean? What did it mean to be Indian? And it's now actually in 1915, 1916 when he begins writing. And it's a process of writing that never stops until the day he dies, because for him, his greatest weapon was, apart from his mind, was his pen. And he wrote on subjects of increasing complexity all through his life. It became one of his early ways of pushing back against the empire, pushing back against colonialism, of making his voice heard. And his early writings are very raw and they're very angry. You can see how young he was, and you can see him pulling together ideas and trying to make sense of these huge concepts that were floating around at this point. And what fascinated me as his biographer was that if you follow the arc of his writings from when he was very young to the day he died, you see that nothing in his writings was ever static. It was always something that evolved as the years passed. And I found that really interesting because this was a mind that was beginning to develop alongside the Indian national movement and alongside major global events as well, which is why, for me, he was maybe one of our first public intellectuals in that sense of the word. His years at Oxford were marked by constant writing, constantly trying to understand where India would be post the war. And he comes back after the war and after this really traumatic experience when he's going home and his ship capsizes. And he comes back to a country again that's being marked by very significant moments in the national movement, the Jallianwala Bagh, the non-cooperation movement, the Rowlatt Acts, all of that. And, it's not in chronological order, but you know what I mean. This is somebody who, right from the get-go, had thought, okay, I want to be an academic. I want to be surrounded by books. And he does that, right? Like, he marries according to his mother's wishes. He joins Aligarh, where he's a professor of history. And for a time, it's great because it's exactly what he'd wanted to do. And this is where, what I was saying earlier about how your context drives you and how your circumstances drive you. When you see, or when he saw his country being put through what it was being put through at the time between 1919 to 1922, he wanted to be part of the pushback against the empire. And that's when he realizes that a life in academia is great, but it's not for him. And that is when he realizes, I want to join politics. I don't know how, but that's what I want. And it's the beginning of a career that would span the length and breadth of the national movement and the first 2 decades of us as a post-colonial nation. But it also defined Panikkar in many senses of the word. And in all of this, his early years contributed to him wanting to constantly prove himself throughout his college years. And in his university, in his teachings at Aligarh, he wanted to contribute to a cause that was much greater than him in a more concrete sense.
That's a magnificent and valiant sprint through, I think, the first 23 years of his life. And I'm going to slow down now and double click on different parts of this. And one of the thoughts that struck me when I read about this period that you described is that while he was thinking actively, writing actively about politics and the outside world and so on and so forth, I was wondering what his interior life and the interior world is like. And I want to double click on aspects of those. And the first aspect is the role of women.
Yeah.
Now, early in the book, at one point, you write about the women in Travancore,
Yes.
where you say, to read the Reverend Samuel Mateer's account of life in Travancore, written a decade before Madhava was born, is to gain the impression that the lot of the women in Travancore, even a high caste woman, was deeply unpleasant. According to Mateer, the woman was nearly always uneducated, her birth unwanted, her person unloved, and a life devoid almost entirely of anything except domestic chores. A Brahmin gentleman was once asked, "What do you think a woman ought to know?" "She must know two things," was his reply. "First, she must know the way to the bazaar to buy necessities for the house. And secondly, she must know the way from the bazaar home again." Stop quote. And there's an echo of this later in the book, where after he gets married and I think his wife goes with him to Aligarh, where she doesn't know the language, and for you might think that she's bereft, but she quickly makes a kitchen. And as you point out, her whole thing was, what she did everywhere was she would first set up the kitchen and then the garden, and she was happy with that. And at Panikar's attitude then was that she's good at that, you know, that she should do that. And a third data point about his attitude to women comes from his feelings on education, his thoughts about education. And the second of the 3 points that he makes about education is that it's a great tragedy that half the people aren't being educated. Women ought to be educated more, but not at the cost of their domestic duties. So now I wonder what's happening here, because right from that early love letter for which he's tied up to a pillar on to, at Oxford, you allude that he's known as a bit of a woman's man, as it were. And also some of the guys don't like him. And I guess maybe that's part of the reason as well, the envy that comes from that. Apart from, of course, his outspoken nature as that evolved. On the one hand, he's a woman's man, he's interested in women, but on the other hand, it appears to be, his interest appears to restrict them to certain roles, that he's not seeing them as full people in a sense, despite the friendships he builds with people like Sarojini Naidu, as you detail in the book. But despite that, this is kind of how he sees him. And obviously we can't blame him, because this is the late 19th century to early 20th century, and you are a product of the society you're in. So what is your sense of how the way he thought about women, his attitude towards women, evolved as his life went on? And to what extent did they hinder him just in the thinking?
I think, and the fact is that much of the quotes that you've quoted also come from his memoir, which he writes in 1955. He is by now fathered 4 daughters, right? Remarkable women have played roles in his life. So his grandmother is one of them. His mother is pretty remarkable in her own right. And he discovers through the course of their marriage that his wife is pretty remarkable also. It was an arranged marriage, very quiet girl, had never been outside Kavalam, only spoke Malayalam, had never lived anywhere else. And he transplants her to Aligarh, where she's really out of her depth. All she knows is how to run a good house, maintain the garden, pay attention to her scriptures, all of that. If you follow the trajectory of their marriage alone, there is a point at which, and this is probably in the mid-1920s, when his career is at a standstill and he goes abroad to train as a lawyer, and his career gets this whole second coming at that point. But it's 2 years of separation for Panikkar and for Gauri, who is his wife. And it's at this point that she seems to have realized that, okay, this can't happen again. Right? Like, if I want to maintain this marriage, I'm going to have to adjust, as the saying goes. Right? And she does so much more than that. I really, really admired her when I was writing this book, because she reinvents herself and she becomes this woman who can speak multiple languages. She, at a later stage, is very into carpentry. She begins reading and sort of learning more about the world and about his world in particular. And it's this remarkable reinvention of self that takes him aback also, because he returns from 2 years in Europe and finds that this shy young woman that he'd married is no longer there. It's this like cheerful, confident woman who has this very dry sense of humor and who um, can match him now, and she continues to match him in all through the rest of their lives. And you see that this is a man who is also attracted to, strangely, despite the chauvinism in his memoir, he is attracted to strong, intelligent women. You see that across through the hints of the affairs that he had, through his marriage, through the fact that he encouraged that same quality in his daughters. All of his daughters were treated as equals intellectually by their father. And, I genuinely feel like this was one of the paradoxes of his nature, where you see a certain early chauvinism, sexism, which he's still harking back to when he's writing his memoir. But he's actually quite delighted by strong women. He's been shaped by them. In fact, his childhood was shaped by them. So there's no reason for it to be an anomaly as such. The anomaly lay in the chauvinism, right? And as you said, it's a product of the time that he lived in, where, this was the norm, and this was the thing where it's fine if you educate a woman, but not at the cost of the family. And you also have to contextualize when he was writing that particular tract from which you've quoted, because he was young at that point. He had just got married. Gauri hadn't come into her own. Much of his writing has a context to the time he was living in and the age he was at and the world he was responding to at the time. So this particular tract was written in the early 1920s. They had just got married. Gauri was still very shy, very reclusive. He changes his mind. You see him doing that, and you see him being very attracted to strong women. Sarojini Naidu herself, his friendship with her, she is a very strong woman. So he is very drawn to a strong, independent woman. That's something that remains true for his entire life. So I think that is also something that keeps evolving, but remains an odd paradox when you read it in his memoir, which he wrote in 1955.
And I guess memoirs have that quality of it's also what you choose to remember and how you want to be remembered, and all of those factors also kind of play into it.
Yeah, because I think there's several things in his memoir that actually weren't true for the rest of his life, For instance, he talks about Israel in many other areas of the archives. And he was a very dedicated Zionist. It wasn't just a flirtation with the cause when he chanced upon it in the mid-1920s. This was a cause that he remained very quietly committed to throughout his life. But he knew that when he wrote his memoir, that was not the politically correct thing to say. Particularly, this was 1955, he was still very much in service. The Congress had taken a very different, very pro-Palestine stand. He could not be seen to be espousing a Zionist cause. So these were leanings that he kept undercover. So that's one. His work in Bikaner, for instance, he's very anodyne about the kind of work that he did when he was serving the Maharaja of Bikaner. But it was actively a very wide scope and scale. He doesn't seem to go into too much detail in his memoir. So there are certain areas that he downplays, whether it's because of an acknowledgement that it is politically correct to do so, and a mix of that generation's way of thinking that, okay, this was just my job. I went in and did my job. So it does come down to how you choose to be remembered. But the thing is that even with the memoirs you write and the oral histories you leave behind, the archives will always tell a different story if there's a different story to be told.
The first of the two episodes I'd done with Kavita Rao was on lady doctors. And one of the things that struck me during that episode is that if you were a male doctor in the 1900s in India, That was cool. You were probably born to privilege and you made it, and it wasn't a big deal at all. If you were a lady doctor, you were bloody extraordinary. It doesn't matter how good a doctor you were, or the rest of it doesn't matter. Just by the dint that you made it there, despite all the obstacles, you were bloody extraordinary. And I thought of that when I was reading about his wife Gauri, because it struck me that she is actually more extraordinary than him, because she didn't have the early advantages that he did, but she had to shape herself by an act of will.
Absolutely.
Which I always find remarkable. Like the economist Jim Heckman had done these studies a few years ago, which really influence how I think about early childhood, where he pointed out that kids who between the ages of 0 to 5 grow up in households where they are listening to 10-letter words around them, and that's of course a proxy for complex conversation, will have an extra layer of cognition that other kids don't have, and you can't make up for it later. You can't compensate it for later. If you don't have it in those first 5 years, you don't have it, because that's when your brain cells are exploding. And I look at Panikar's life, and you speak about how in the Panikar household in Trivandrum, journalists, writers, intellectuals, social reformers came and went all the time. These are your words, I'll continue quoting. Govinda had friends in nearly every field of life and vocation, and the discussions ranged across politics and music to religion and books. Both Padmanabha, his brother, and Madhava were allowed to sit in on these discussions, to at least listen, if not participate. Stop quote. And later you write about how, quote, the Panikar home in Trivandrum was crammed with books for all three inhabitants loved reading. Madhava borrowed the books either his brother or uncle were reading, fueling a mind that was naturally curious and exploratory. Since both men were much older than he was, it was no surprise that by the time he was 14 years old, Madhava was reading far ahead of his age. And this is just what you're taking in by osmosis, the conversations and the books. And later there is the act of will also. Like you point out that when he had that crisis of self-confidence in Oxford, he was encouraged to go out and buy all the books he could. So he, as you write, quote, he buried himself in the works of Ibsen and Shaw and began to learn as much as he could about English politics, global geopolitics, and India's possible role in all of this. Stop quote. So it's a combination of being lucky enough, and if you don't have that luck, there's practically nothing you can do about it. You simply, it's much, much harder for you. And yet there are people who didn't have that luck, like Gauri, like Ambedkar, if I think of a standard example, whose first 5 years weren't like that, who through a force of will managed to bring themselves up there. So tell me about how much of a role was the self-doubt that drove him. Like at Oxford, he felt inadequate, and therefore he had to go and do all of the reading. Had he not felt inadequate, had, the environment been slightly different, or had he been more cocksure and assured of himself, he may not have worked so hard. So how much of his life, because he was thrown into many different environments, whether it is teaching at the Aligarh Muslim University, the founder editor of Hindustan Times, negotiating with the Akalis on behalf of Gandhi and Nehru, everything that he does for the princely states. He's constantly reinventing himself. He's learning politics, he's learning to write, he's learning law, he's changing the Malayalam landscape, as we'll discuss later. So is that a constant feature through his life? And for me, that just totally sets him apart from most men of that age. Like on the one hand, of course, he's a Renaissance man, and there aren't many of those, but also he's actively making himself one.
Yes, I think that's a very fair description, because you see that establishing itself as a pattern in college. And while initially it's driven by, self-doubt and low self-worth, I think once he begins making an intellectual name for himself, once he begins establishing himself on that landscape, that's when you see the first streaks, which, are clear from Oxford itself, these streaks of arrogance, etc. And they are going in duality with the fact that he was a really great friend, and that, if you were in his inner circle, then he accepted you as you were, etc. So there were flashes of smugness and arrogance that were coming in. I think that's natural when you're young and you're getting the kind of accolades that he was getting for his intellectual prowess at that point. I think at some point, especially once he came back, once he was at Aligarh, once he saw what the country was going through, that sort of ebbed into ambition. And you see ambition dominating the rest of his life. He wanted to be where the heartbeat of power was. And he wanted to contribute towards that in any and every sense of the word, right? So even when his career is at a standstill in the mid-1920s and he goes to London to train as a lawyer, and from there he goes to Paris and Berlin. And he's dabbling in all kinds of anarchism and anarchist thoughts at this point. But he's also opened up to a whole new world of what it means to be an Asian subject of colonialism, because he's meeting people from all far-flung colonies of the empire. So he's meeting people from Vietnam, or what was Indochina then, from Indonesia, from Algeria, from Azerbaijan. All of these people, particularly those who are from Southeast Asia, so to speak, have introduced him to the fact that India is a country that is within the region of Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia itself is being shaped by different currents of capitalism, nationalism, anarchy. It is responding in its own way, as are all colonies that are under the empire at this point. And it teaches him to become a sort of a person who is focused on an Asia-centric folk model of independence. It's at this point that he starts emphasizing on the fact that colonialism means nothing if Asia and Africa are not free. Especially within Asia, India and China share a civilizational ethos and history which will make them the natural dominators of this region. These are the moments where he's adapting to where he is, learning from where he's at, and taking that forward. And you see that again when he's coming back to England and when he encounters Kailash Haksar, who is in the Maharaja of Kashmir's court and is representing the case of the princes in their sort of quest for more rights under the Raj, that he reinvents himself yet again and presents a case for federation. So there's a constant sense of wanting to not just better himself, but also to adapt to different circumstances in which he's finding himself, right? And he's keeping up this stream of writing alongside, which is staggering in its output, because he's continuing to write across literature, he's continuing to write across history, he's continuing to try and answer his own questions of where India should be at this particular point in time. And you see a mind that is developing to take on board both princely state and province at this point. And this is apart from his stint as a journalist, right? Because he's already done a stint at Swarajya in Madras. He's already been the founding editor of Hindustan Times. He's already decided that journalism is not for him. So he's already done that. Now he's working to be an administrator. And also a lawyer in representing the Chamber of Princes. And it's remarkable because you keep seeing him do that as he progresses throughout his career, because right after the decade in which he serves the princes, and this is concurrently with serving the Chamber of Princes, he's in the courts of Kashmir, Patiala and Bikaner, right? So he's serving these three states in individual capacities as well. So this is somebody who isn't afraid to reinvent himself. He's ambitious enough to do that. He's ambitious enough to take on what he's getting at a particular point in time. And he's also ambitious enough to get what he wants, right? He ensures that his copy of the tract on the princely states reaches K.N. Haksar at the Ritz. That he ensures. And he's sees to it that he meets K.N. Haksar. He sees to it that, a conversation happens in which Haksar offers him a job in the court of Kashmir. So all of that is stuff that he makes that happen for himself. Even when he is Gandhi's emissary in Amritsar, that is also something that he makes happen for himself. Gandhi basically is trying to resolve the Akali problem in Amritsar and wants to send an emissary there. Asks Panikkar if he's up for the job. And Panikkar knows this is a make or break moment if he can bring himself to the notice of Gandhi and Nehru. And, I've gone backwards in time. This is now 1924. But he knows that if he comes to the attention of Gandhi and Nehru, then okay, somewhere in the political periphery he'll be, and he can make something happen from that. When it fails, and when Nehru says, okay, why don't you write a history of the non-cooperation movement? Panikkar knows that's not what he wants. He wants to do something bigger and better. And from that, the Hindustan Times is born. So you see him taking an opportunity and also refashioning it into something that will serve him and will serve as a stepping stone to a possible next step. Even if it ends in failure, he repurposes the failure, which is something that I deeply admire as his biographer, because you see him constantly failing. Even when Federation fails, there's a sense of bitter disillusionment and a sense of real resentment because he's put his heart and soul into working. And then again, he has to reinvent himself after that. So you're right, his life is marked by a constant process of reinvention.
In that whole Akali period, the fun part was how at one point he started ghosting Nehru when Nehru wanted to ask him, hey, what's happening to my book? And I can just totally imagine if they had WhatsApp in those days, you turn that blue tick thing off, the scene thing
you
off.
just
I
left
can
on
imagine.
scene.
Panikkar would have kind of done that with Nehru. And then he politely writes to him a while later, and Nehru is like, what the fuck, dude? Tell me about, so I want to ask a bunch of different questions about the importance of writing in the shaping of Panikkar. And one of the things that struck me is that what he chose to write about, like sometimes somebody would ask him to write something and he was interested in something already and he would just write about that.
Right.
But a bunch of times what he wanted to write about emerged from the publication and the audience that he was writing for. For example, you talk about how P.V. Krishna Warrior asked him to write an essay for Bhasha Vilasam, which was the annual number of this magazine he old called Kavana Kamudi. And he ended up writing this essay called Malayalam Poetry in Sanskrit Verses, where he made an argument for the Dravidian meter instead of Sanskrit, which had, become the norm by then. And it was a hugely influential essay. And then he got into a discussion on this with the poet Vallathol and said, hey, why don't you test my thesis by writing something in Dravidian meter, which Vallathol was able to do. And therefore something big and seminal in the language comes out of an essay he wrote because this dude invited him to write. Similarly, another classic essay where he is sort of expanding on the greater India, as it were, comes about because he wants to enter an essay competition. There's a 100 rupee prize and he's entering the essay competition, and the subject has to be about emigration or whatever. And then he writes it. And I'm thinking, wait, what is that about? Like, if the contest wasn't there, maybe he wouldn't have written it, even if, the fledgling thoughts were there. Because you can have 100 fledgling thoughts, but when you choose to write on one, you fructify it, and there's a part dependence to that. Then, it can shape all your other thinking that follows. And I'm looking at that, at the landscape of the writing that he's doing in those years, in his early 20s, like right from Oxford onwards, 1915 onwards to the early 20s. And so much of it, it's not like there's a vibrant ecosystem where he can decide who to write for. It's not like there's a TOI that gives him a column and he can write whatever the hell he wants. People are inviting him, and he is then figuring out, what to write about depending on the audience and all of that, partly. And how much did those sort of happenstances of invitations and subjects sort of shape the directions that he went in?
I think at that point he was also, when he first started out, he pitched like you normally pitch. And then once those first slew of articles were accepted, then it became like, okay, this is a young man and a young voice whose voice is important for us to take on board. So Annie Besant starts publishing him. He's published all over, whether it's the Modern Review, you name it, his name was in those journals. And after a point, it wasn't so much about the invitations, but what he was choosing to write about. And I think as far as his nationalism went, I think there, in that quest for Indian identity, and you mentioned the Greater India School of Thought, I think that was one thing that he stayed very true to throughout his writing career. When he first writes about nationalism, it's grounded in a core of Hinduism. It's grounded in the fact that Hinduism is the civilizational foundation on which our country exists, and this is the crux around which we exist as a country. And our commercial, spiritual, cultural influence has been present across Southeast Asia for centuries before the British Empire came along. And in that sense, the Greater India School of Thought in the 20th century was two things. It was one, a trans-imperial, very Indo-centric body of thought, which allowed nationalists like Panikkar to push back against empire and say, hey, we were here before you. It could also be repurposed in the other sense of the word, in a far more muscular, militant sense of Hindutva, which focused on a Akhand Bharat that extended all the way to Southeast Asia. Where Panikkar differed from that is that he emphasized on the fact that India was a land of many religions, of many cultures, of many languages. Hinduism's, and he uses the word vagueness, is generous vagueness is the phrase he uses. And he says that allows it to be inclusive rather than exclusive. So it's never a sectarian view of nationalism. It's never based on a sense of majoritarianism. It's always based on a sense of inclusion. And he keeps to that all through his life. And I think that is the one area in which, he is using that, and it's irrespective whether he's writing books or whether he's writing commentaries, his quest for nationalism is based on his quest of what it means to be an Indian in different changing times, in different circumstances, in different contexts. So where, you have one argument in 1915 that was changing in 1922, that was changing in 1935 and in 1945, 1955, and until he died, he never stopped writing about that, because I think that was a subject that was very personal to him. That was the one subject, I think, and Indian history and Indian nationalism were the subjects where you can almost see him searching for answers to questions. You can almost see him refining those answers as the years passed, and as India's circumstances changed, as the world's circumstances changed, he began to factor in all of that. And for him, this was one area where he didn't play to a gallery. I think these were very personal areas for him. For the rest of it, yes, like when he was writing about the princely states, for instance, he was definitely playing to the princely gallery, in the sense that he was trying to let the world know, as well as Indian political leaders know, that don't discount the princely states. They are great laboratories for regional identity and governance. And if they are nurtured and brought on board a common bandwagon of nationalist movement, they can actually serve the country better. And you see that even in this sort of puff piece that he writes for Foreign Affairs in 1943, where he's basically not making any point that is new or earth-shaking. He's basically just reminding the world that the princes exist, and in a state of where the world and India is in 1943, they cannot be left out of any kind of political or constitutional calculations for India's future. You also see him playing to the gallery, in this sense is the wrong phrase, but you also see him projecting a sense of India's future when he's writing about foreign policy. So when he's writing about maritime policy, and he was the first person who actively put forward what our maritime policy should be as a post-colonial nation. And he writes this particular tract in the mid-1940s, when the world is still at war, when we are still a colony, and yet he's looking forward, and he is grounding that work in history. He's saying that, look, India truly lost her sense of independence when she lost naval power in the 16th century, right? Going forward, we have to consider where our maritime policy is going to be, because that's our actual power. We must have a strong seaboard. We must have strong sea bases across Singapore, across Yemen, across Sri Lanka. We must have a regional order that looks after our maritime interests, particularly in the Indian Ocean. He was looking at the presence of rivals in the region like China and the United States. Now he's writing all of this much before we were ever free. To me, that was also a period where he was influenced by watching what was happening during the Second World War. He's writing this tract based on watching Japan developing as this military juggernaut across the Pacific. Japan's at our doorstep in the Northeast. This is now a time where he's thinking, okay, if Japan can do that, what is stopping us from doing it? And in a sense, it's a sort of reminder, particularly to nationalist leaders like Nehru, that it is now time that we start thinking concretely of what it means to be free, right? It doesn't just mean striking off the shackles of colonialism. It means thinking administratively. It means thinking of us in terms of defense and security and our borders. And it's a great reminder, and you see him sort of playing possibly to political aspirations of what a free nation should look like. But I think in terms of history and nationalism, those were his personal sort of babies, I'd say.
Let's double click on one of the babies. Does that sound weird? Double clicking on a baby.
Yes.
Let us double click on the theme of Greater India. And when I was reading about that, and you made the distinction very well between that and the more toxic Hindutva nationalism. And I was thinking of Savarkar's framing. Like Savarkar's framing was very exclusionary. It was very clear about who the other is. For the benefit of my listeners, Savarkar's framing, Shruti Kapila has described Savarkar's Hindutva as a theory of violence in search of a history. And Savarkar's framing basically was that only he can be considered a Hindu or an Indian if both your holy land and your land of origin are within India. And that is not true of Muslims, that is not true of Christians, that is true of Buddhists and Jains, obviously. So it's very clear what you're trying to do here. And the question that is never asked is why? Why should that be the framing? Now, Panikar's framing for Greater India is very different. Panikar's framing takes in the diaspora, takes in everywhere where Hindu culture is spread, so on and so forth. There's no othering per se. And I often describe Hinduism as an open source religion. Manu in his latest book has this great introductory essay, A Brief History of Hinduism, which I think sums up the 2000-year Upanishadic period very well, where it is open source, it's taking in everything, and that's exactly the kind of Hinduism that Panikar is talking about. But that battle was lost. In the sense, it is not the idea of the Greater India that won over, it was a Hindutva idea. It is not the open source Hinduism which won over, even if in our lived practice a lot of it kind of remains. But the idea that grabbed the political imagination was a very monolithic and aggressive version of Hinduism, as it were. And I want to ask you why. Like, what are your theories on why is it that one particular muscular, angry, exclusionary version won out and the other one simply never got any traction at all? And this is something that, the likes of Tagore probably foresaw when they said nationalism itself is toxic, avoid it. And something that I broadly agree with, that these sort of efforts to build a positive version of it are just doomed to fail. It simply doesn't work. But what is your sense of why that is? I mean, the German theorist Carl Schmitt said in politics you always need the other. Savarkar's Hindutva had an other. Here there was sort of no other. So my first question about this is, why do you think it failed? And do you think it was inevitable, or do you think that no, it's not necessarily? Panikar could have won if circumstances were different, or rather the set of ideas could have won?
I think that's a very hard question to answer, honestly, because see, for Panikar, he was also operating between 1915 to 1947. If you look at where the country even went, there were so many factors to contend with, which we sometimes tend to lose sight of. We tend to lose sight of the fact that there was untouchability involved, there was caste involved, there was communalism involved heavily, and it dominated much of the latter years of the transfer of power. In constitutional terms alone, there was dominion status, there was federation, there was, for every legislative step forward, we took 2 legislative steps backwards. And in that sense, it becomes difficult to pinpoint exactly where things begin going off the rails. Like, for instance, Panikkar was very disillusioned at the end of the first round table because, they were tanking purely on the basis of communal issues. And this is despite the fact that the huge ambiguity of the roundtable agenda itself was staggering, because the political parties came with the idea for dominion status. The princes had come with an overall agenda of federation, but they were fighting within themselves. The Muslim League was, extremely pissed off because they wanted safeguards for themselves as well. When you have a country where there are so many stakeholders and so many interests also, and this is something that Panikkar wrestled with as the years passed, and you see these questions sort of emerging in his work over the years, is, for instance, how does India contend with so many religions, languages, communities, cultures within its borders? You see, it emerging when he writes to Said Mahmood in 1941 saying, let us forswear the idea of a united India. There can only be India and Pakistan from here on out. And it's 1941 when he writes this letter, and this is not to say that he was in favor of partition. He absolutely wasn't. But that sense of bitterness, I think, had crept in to his bones by then. And I think you see that sense of bitterness and disillusionment amongst everybody who is behind the scenes or at the forefront of the transfer of power and of partition at that point. Those entire years were marked by, particularly after 1945, when the Simla Conference fails, there's this sense of real fatalism and real disillusionment, because I don't think anyone, for instance, had wanted partition, had wanted, a divided India. And, when you're talking about things like Hindutva, etc., these are divisive ideologies. These are things that divide a country from within. Partition divided, the map of South Asia, but Hindutva, etc., divide you from within. I don't know, obviously in 2025, what a modern Panikkar would have said or thought, but I do know that in the later half of his years, particularly when India stood free, the idea of a greater India, which he changed, and he changed it to further India. It was essentially the same argument, but it became further India in his writing. That, to me, was definitely problematic, because when you're writing of it as further India, and you're writing of it at a time when India is standing free, India is a decolonized nation in a decolonizing world, the mission is to present the country as a cohesive entity against all destabilizing forces, whether it's internal or external. Nehru is very intent on projecting this picture of Asian solidarity in a so-called third world. To then write of a greater India or a further India is to run the very real risk, and which it does, of erasing marginalized communities, erasing certain castes and communities that existed and continue to exist. It's not a language that suits a decolonized world. It's a chauvinist way of putting things, and a very insular way of putting things, because it is fundamentally Hindu revivalist, right? So you're running very close to the bone there. And that is something that I keep bringing up throughout the biography, because it is at many points in his thinking about Hinduism in general, which become, particularly in a post-colonial world, problematic, because he's suddenly becoming far harder about the fact that Hinduism is the beating heart of this country, and that is the crux around which we must organize and all of that. It's becoming far more binary than before. And while it doesn't stray into supremacist zones, you do see a sense of bitterness. You do see a sense of fatalism that I think gets left over from the transfer of power and partition. And it's not really something that somebody like a Nehru, for instance, agrees with. And this is a digression, but you see, and I deeply respect the fact that Nehru saw this. He didn't like it, and he was forced to defend it on several occasions when he was questioned about it by international journalists, that, okay, you have a public servant who has been a serving ambassador saying these things, what is your take? And Nehru says, look, in this country, we allow freedom of speech and expression. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, even though I may not agree with it. And it speaks to the immense, and this is the digression I was talking about, is that it speaks to the immense respect that political discourse had intrinsically. I think Nehru and Panikkar are a great example of that, because there was such civility despite the immense differences that both of them had in the later part of their lives and careers, particularly when it came to nationalism, particularly when it came to Hinduism, when it came to language. Those were all tenets on which Nehru felt very differently from Panikkar, but it never prevented, or it never caused any kind of cancellation of Panikkar, so to speak.
I think people contain multitudes. I mean, the other side of that picture is what Nehru did with the First Amendment. I have a
absolutely
great episode with Tripur Daman Singh on that, where if you look at his arguments with Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, you would imagine Shyama Prasad Mukherjee is a great liberal, and Nehru is the one who wants to clamp down on free speech, which is, just their words alone would be enough to give you that impression. I also want to, for a moment, stay on the subject of the Greater India, and or rather, Panikkar's fealty to the theme which he worked on all his life. And like you said, that this is one subject that he stayed on throughout his life, and the thinking evolved a bit, as you pointed out, in that harder direction. But what I wondered while reading the book is that how much of the position that he took was tactical, in the sense that, as you pointed out, the virtue of the theory was twofold, and the most important one, which is the purpose he was probably trying to serve, is that you're just telling the British that, look, you didn't civilize us and get us out of nowhere. There was a civilization here before. This is what it looked like, and it served that tactical purpose. And the other tactical purpose, which I don't know if he would ever have been thinking of, because Hindutva was not such a threat then, is that, okay, there's a more muscular version that is possible. Let me give a slightly more benign version at this point in time. So how much of it was tactical? Like, did he really believe in it? Because frankly, from my vantage point, I find the whole thing a little bit dubious. Whether you speak of Panikkar's Greater India or the Akhand Bharat or whatever, it's all a bit of a force fate, and it feels a bit dubious to me. So was he in it because he believed in the truth of it, or was he in it because, it was a tactical thing and he believed that this was an important battle to fight?
I think it was a mix of both. I think in the 20th century, when he was a young man at Oxford, it was very tactical. But it was also something that he believed in. He believed very strongly in Hinduism being the heart of this country and being the cultural and spiritual sort of ethos on which our history itself was founded. And you see it, even when he's talking about things like Bharat Mata, for instance. It's a very cultural concept that he's propagating. It's never a territorial concept, so to speak. It is tactical in the sense that as he continues to evolve this theory, while he sticks to certain tenets of it, which become problematic because of his sticking to it, he's also trying to adapt to a changing India and a changing world, right? So, which is why he changes it from Greater India to Further India, because he's trying to adapt it. Later on, he drops it altogether because he then realizes that, okay, this is not the time in which to use it. So there is a certain amount of tactics and strategy being employed there. But at the heart of it, there is also a very sincere belief that Hinduism is the beating heart of this country's ethos.
So my next question about his writing is that one of a phrase that I learned a few months ago and I really love, we did an episode of our YouTube show on it, is a surface area of serendipity. That the more you expand your surface area of serendipity, the more likely it is that good things happen to you. So introverts like me should typically go out and meet people, but I simply cannot get myself to do that. But one way of increasing your surface area of serendipity is obviously reading, because then you come across more ideas and God knows what may strike you and where that may go. But another way is something that Panikkar was doing all the time, which was writing, right? And that essay that we spoke about, that competition was judged by C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer, who in fact wrote the introduction to that essay, The Problems of Greater India. And you describe later in the book that at one point at the steps of Higginbotham's bookshop, he actually bumps into the man, right? And then you write, quote, when Panikkar met him, Iyer had just transitioned into politics, joining the Congress. As a nationalist, B. Pattabhi Sitaram Iyer rapturously put it, Iyer was a one star on the Congress firmament, flooding the horizon of Indian politics with his radiance. This may have been pushing the envelope a tad, but in truth, the meetings in Madras from Iyer to Banerjee set Panikkar up with some crucial connections and political networks that would come in handy during his career. Stop quote. So a dual question. One is that how much did writing open doors for him? Because his writing was obviously being read by people over here. It literally gave him this awesome connection to someone who was a big figure in politics and could introduce him to people. So that's question one regarding the writing opening doors and the role it played in that sense. But also, how much intentional effort did he actually make to increase that surface area of serendipity? Like, how much did he want it? How much did he go to places? Like, when that Akali crisis happens, as you point out, he's right there and he agrees to be Gandhi's emissary because this is a golden opportunity and he can actually, get in and get the job done. So, what was his approach towards that? Did he hustle, for example?
100% he hustled. His life was all hustling. But his writing, I think, honestly, in 2025 terms, his writing was the greatest hustle that he was doing, because it opened doors for him like nothing else ever could, honestly. Apart from this meeting with C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer, you see his writing coming into play, especially when he encounters Gandhi and Nehru in Amritsar, right? And Nehru has by this point read Panikkar's early works, knows enough about Panikkar to even offer him the job of writing the history of the non-cooperation movement. So there's enough knowledge that this is somebody who can wield a pen and wield it effectively for India's national purposes. You see it happening also when he meets K.N. Haksar with his tract on federalism and the princely states. You see it happening all through his career. You see it in 1943 when he goes to Canada to represent India at the IPR, the Institute of Pacific Research, Pacific Relations, which calls him, as part of the Indian delegation to discuss what a political future might look like post the war and post the transfer of power. You see it in his writing representing the princely states. You see it in his being sent to China as ambassador. He's sent to China as ambassador primarily because Nehru has been tracking his writing on foreign policy, on politics, on nationalism. By this point, he's built a considerable reputation as a foreign policy wonk, so to say, as well as a journalist of some repute, or as well as a nationalist writer of some repute. So when he's sent off to China in 1948, it's also on the back of his writing. So his writing continues to open doors for him throughout his career. And it is obviously layered in with the fact that this is a brilliant mind and it's contributing several stellar ideas for the development of India as a post-colonial nation and as on the path to that process. So I think certainly writing not only opened doors but helped him build a network that he needed to build, helped him to get to places that he possibly never would have gotten before without the writing being involved. And to answer the second part of that, which was the intentional effort, I think everything he did throughout his life was intentional. There was intent in when he went to Amritsar, there was intent in ghosting Nehru, there was intent in founding the Hindustan Times, there was intent in how he got his manuscript to be read by K.N. Haksar, how he got himself onboarded to represent the Chamber of Princes during India's first push towards federalism. So I think intentional effort really does define much of Panikkar's career, because he made sure that he was where he needed to be. He had this sort of very uncanny knack for sensing where he needed to be at the right time, and he made sure that he hustled enough to meet the right people and get his foot into the right doors. And I think that speaks to a lot of intention about where he wanted to go with his career.
I'll double click on this with a couple of follow-ups, but before that, a digression on exactly this point, that what about his life was not intentional, in the sense that what did he do not because there was something he wanted to get out of it, but he wanted to do it for its own sake. Like Marquez often speaks of the public self, the private self, and the secret self. What was his secret self? Like, his public self was all of this stuff that's in the book, all the hustle, the writing, the politics, etc. I'm guessing the private self has everything to do with the family and all of that. at. What is a secret self? What are the things that he's intrinsically passionate about, regardless of the world?
I think his writing in Malayalam was something that he was very passionate about, and it's a large chunk of his life and career that I've had to leave out of the book just for sanity's sake. But I think that was where he really unleashed the tenderer sides of his personality, the softer sides, the more romantic sides, the sides that you wouldn't associate with, the forensic mind of an administrator or a diplomat or a foreign policy mandarin. Those were the sides that he unleashed in his fiction and his poetry. You also see it in how he treats his daughters, in the complete equality he gives them. When one of his daughters, Devaki, falls in love with this rising communist leader, M.N. Nair, it's when he is ambassador in China, and he is a very embattled ambassadorship there. Among the many charges is that he himself is a communist and therefore is pro the People's Republic of China's leadership. And so, you'd think it would be bad optics, right? But he is very clear about the fact that his daughter's ideologies are her own. Her mind is her own. She's free to do as she wishes to do. And, she even comes to China and reports. She writes, much to the consternation of the CIA, which is watching all of them. She's writing observations on what she sees in communist China, etc. And it's remarkable. I think those are parts that speak to his secret self, which he kept very deliberately hidden for obvious reasons from the public gaze. But I think so much of it also comes out in this volume of essays that many of his friends and colleagues put together to celebrate his 60th birthday, where they made some remarkable observations. And in fact, one of his close friends, Ishwara Dutt, who was a journalist, called him one of India's impossible men, which I thought was a great way to describe him. Others wrote about his sense of humor, that, he had this very puckish sense of humor where he used a combination of literary references and sort of sliding under someone's skin to sort of get to their inner vulnerabilities to make a joke out of that. But he remained intrinsically kind. Those were the parts of himself that he kept very far away from the public eye. I think you also see it in this very long poem that he writes, which I've quoted in the book, when he has the stroke in France, and it's one of his last ambassadorial postings, and he has a stroke, and he writes this very long, very wistful poem about how he just wants to rest. And it's there in his poetry and his fiction and his inner world, where you actually see the very private Panikkar, which doesn't come out. You see glimpses of it in his public life. I also saw a glimpse of it when, in 1959, he's forced to defend his actions in China, and he is by then a Rajya Sabha member, and he has to speak on the floor of parliament. He's already had a stroke. He's incredibly frail. And he's incredibly, incredibly hurt because there's this hailstorm of abuse about his actions in China. And he can't stand for too long, but he manages to make this little brief speech defending his time in China. And so you get flashes of this very private man throughout a very public career. You get flashes of a man who did have a very soft, tender side, a very romantic side. And he would always write about Kerala, for instance, in his fiction. And in the tenderest of ways, you see it also in the description of his home. In fact, there's a lot of love and a lot of nostalgia for his home, for the way he was brought up, for even the journey from Kuttanad to Trivandrum. That whole journey is described with such vivid detail that I've honestly retained so much of that in the book, because the beauty of it and the sheer gentleness of it still stands out. So there was that man underneath the public surface.
I'll continue double clicking on this theme. Like, I was also fascinated by this because, like, at one point you casually throw in this sentence where you write, he went on to publish a critically acclaimed translation of King Lear, a play based on Noor Jahan, and a poem that recreated an episode from the life of Gandhari from the Mahabharata. Like, what the fuck? These three things are in one sentence. That's a lot of work. And In my episode with Peggy Mohan, who wrote that masterpiece of a book, Wanderers, Kings and Merchants, she made the really important point that a lot of Indians might think that they're bilingual or multilingual, but actually they're diglossic. That it's not that in one context you can use any of 2 or 3 languages, but that in each context you have one language that fits. You may go to office and speak in English, you may be out on the street and speak in Hindi, and at home you might speak in whatever your mother tongue is, Bengali or Malayalam or whatever. And I'm wondering if that kind of applies that, when it comes to this secret self, the feeling self, the artistic self, it's Malayalam where he's most at home. And for everything else, it is, English, which is the outward facing kind of thing. So is that broadly how you would sum it up? And in this case, why have you written one biography? Because there are 2 Panikkars, right?
I mean, yes, I would sum it up exactly like that. And I think one biography, I mean, I know this
I was
biography.
kidding. I'm not
No,
just...
I mean, I know that there's parts of Panikkar that I haven't even begun to scrape. I think I finished this book wishing that I didn't have to leave so much on the cutting room floor, because there's literally so much. In fact, I had to leave out this part of his life and his work because I don't have the grasp of Malayalam or Malayalam literature to completely sort of analyze the nuances and to sort of go in depth. And I'm sure work on this has been done by many scholars much better qualified than me. But that's a whole aspect of a very sensitive side of Panikkar that I had to leave out, which I'm very sorry about. But it did exist underneath all of that. And, that language, Malayalam, was very dear to him. He never lost his love for his home, for his language, for his people. And that comes out in the works of his Malayalam fiction. And this is keeping aside his translations on other very scholarly Greek plays and Shakespeare and all of that he does. But I think he reserves his tenderest emotions for Malayalam, for any writing that he did in Malayalam.
And is that his true self, or are both the selves his true self? Or what were your feelings when you read his tenderest work, his poetry, his fiction?
I mean, that just leads me to the question of, do we ever really know what a true self is? Because, especially when you're writing about a public-facing figure, what is the true self, and how far do those lines get blurred between who you really are and who you have to be at a particular point? And that is something I think I grapple a lot with as a biographer, whether I'm writing about V.P. Menon or whether I'm writing about Panikkar, is how far is one personality the real personality that is actively at play. Which is also why I don't subscribe to the whole great man theory, right? Because you can be great at what you do and absolutely limited in other areas of your life, and vice versa. And I think for somebody like Panikkar, this was, I'd say, a lot of his writing does reflect much of what he thought. Especially in the early years of his writing, because that is, I think, the rawest form of his writing, particularly because he was so young and he was so angry, and you can see the rage jumping out at you when you're reading it. And you can see it in, the speeches he gives, you can see it in the lectures he gives, in random remarks that he drops, like he will tell a group of Orientalists, he will tell them, I'm not a pacifist. I am an extreme nationalist. And that's something that he held to also all his life. And you see flashes of this coming out, and you see flashes of who he was. I don't know whether every biography captures who a person truly was. I don't think any biography really does, which is why I don't like biographies that market themselves as the comprehensive biography of X, because you can't be comprehensive when you're talking about a person.
I don't think even a person himself is truly himself at
Yeah.
any one point in time.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
it's...
So I think at best what you can do as a biographer is try and understand what what you have in front of you from the archives, plus what they are saying, plus what their families have left behind, sort of to sift through all of that, I think somewhere in between the lines is where you find the real person.
So, moving away from this digression back to what we were saying about writing and hustling. So, I have a couple of follow ups on that, which is one, um, was writing a fantastic form of hustling for that particular era? In which case, can you think of other people who hustled so effectively with their writing, as it were? I mean, one can say Nehru achieved a lot and whatever, but it wasn't really a hustle per se. It was, I mean, some of it was a hustle, inventing the idea of India through the discovery of India or whatever. But who would you consider the other great hustlers of that era? That's question one. And, or what figures come immediately to mind, the writing hustlers. And two, I am guessing that a writing hustler is not possible today, but then what is the equivalent form of it? I mean, it's obviously not podcasting, but
I don't know. I mean, also to like dismiss it as a hustle, also I feel is too reductivist, because I feel like these were men and women who were also through their writing were trying to figure stuff out. Like you and I are sitting here thinking aloud over microphones. These guys were thinking aloud with their pens, and they were sort of thinking about what India should look like, what it should be, and what it even meant at that point. You know?
so yeah, just to clarify, then I'm not diminishing the writing. The writing, of course, has all
Yeah.
of these. You're shaping
Yeah.
the self, you're clarifying your thinking, but at the same time, it is acting as an amazing hustle.
Yeah.
It is your, so,
Because it was also playing the role of, you could do so much with writing. You could do journalism. You could be a very active political fighter as well. You could be doing public relations for India on the international scene. All of that was done via writing in those days. That was the greatest medium through which you put your opinion out, and it counted for something. In those days, even, something like journalism was seen to be an act of patriotism, because you were actively, your magazine or your newspaper actively espoused a certain cause. And when you wrote for that particular magazine, you were seen to be espousing that cause, and standing up for that cause. So I think writing in those days and in that time meant a sort of process of figuring yourself out in terms of who you were in relation to an empire, in relation to an idea of India which was evolving at that point. And I think all writing at that point was contributing to a much greater idea. I think you were also very aware of that idea. I certainly think Panikkar was very aware of the fact that he was contributing to not just a personal sense of understanding who he was as an Indian, but also to a much greater cause. I think Nehru was also aware of that. I think there was a great sense of self-awareness when these people wrote also. So I think largely for them, writing fulfilled certain parts of their minds which they were also trying to figure out as far as their own personal journeys as Indians and their own public journeys as public-facing figures, as politicians, as whoever they were at given points in time. What it meant. It was just this process of thinking out loud, honestly.
Let's talk about journalism. You spoke about journalism also as, in a sense, an act of politics. And, the Hindustan Times started with him as founder editor as an act of politics.
Yeah.
It was the Akali Dal's face to the world, as it were. And it was based in Delhi mainly because that's what Panikkar insisted on. And so he's the founding editor. Now, a question that I often have about journalism is that sometimes people like me will romanticize journalism as if there is a particular dharma to journalism, whether it is speaking truth to power or comforting the afflicted, afflicting the comfortable, blah, 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 all of that highfalutin stuff. At the same time, there is a commercial incentive that, look, it's a business. You got to be responsible to your shareholders, your stakeholders, etc., etc. There's supply and demand. You give the public what they want. And the question then becomes that how do you reconcile this? Is there a set of higher values? If you are insisting there is a set of higher values, then how do you answer the why behind that? And the political vehicle question is particularly interesting because there are so many outlets today on either side of the fence that are incredibly partisan, that act more as activists rather than journalists. And I don't want to get into normative issues of what should it be and how do we justify that. I think those are questions beyond my pay grade. But what was the landscape of journalism then? What were journalists doing then? To what extent are you supply responding to demand? And if so, what is a demand like? To what extent is it a vehicle for politics? And to what extent is there a thinking coming about that there is, like there was in the West, certainly at that time for a few decades, that there is something higher, there is something noble about this?
I think at that point, journalism was really in a state of great flourishing. At that point, there was also vernacular. There was also a flourishing vernacular press, as well as the rise of English dailies as well. And you had Panikkar sort of figuring out that in order to reach politics, journalism was a great stepping stone. Many people thought that. Okay, if you either are a journalist or you found a newspaper or you found a magazine, it's one way to get to an space of active politics. Because, like I said, in those days, you joined journalism as an act of patriotism. It was a way of uplifting your voice to the national cause or to whatever cause that you were currently espousing. I think for Panikkar, when he does this, and you see this across his stint with Swarajya as well as when he was a founding editor of the Hindustan Times, in Swarajya in particular, and Swarajya was this sort of crowd-funded magazine that was being run in Madras at the time. And, this is the early 1920s, and he's looking to sort of find some kind of stepping stone to joining active politics. He doesn't know how to do it. He feels journalism will be the way to do it. It's poorly paid, it's crowd-funded. He begins doing things that the Swarajya's founder, who is T. Prakasam, absolutely was not on board with. Panikkar begins dabbling in local politics. Panikkar begins taking on the state administration and corruption and training his guns at the governor. None of which is what T. Prakasam wants. And eventually Panikkar is let go of. And he's very disillusioned. He's very bitter. It has not gone the way he wants it to go. When he gets a second chance to do this with the founding of the Hindustan Times, he tries to do it very differently. In that he has, carte blanche from Lahil Puri as well as Mangal Singh, that you run it how you want to run it. Because he's insistent that it should be in Delhi and all of that. And once he's committed to it, he can't also pull back from it. So he has to go ahead and do it. So he comes to Delhi, sets up, finds a place on Burn Bastion Road, brings in 2 presses. There's one room for the editorial staff. And he begins running the Hindustan Times as this sort of vehicle for nationalism and what it's supposed to be. His greatest coup is he gets Gandhi to come in and inaugurate it. And this is 1924. Gandhi has no desire to do any such thing because there are communal riots across North India at this point. And the last thing he's wanting to do is to inaugurate a paper. But he comes, he's also committed to Panikkar. So he comes, inaugurates the Hindustan Times, and he tells them that, the basis should be that you don't suppress facts and you don't publish false truths. And for a time, you can see Panikkar doing exactly the kind of journalism that he's always wanted to do. So it's, the Hindustan Times is running editorials about how India should stay united in the face of communalism, how the Congress should begin considering the princely states as part of its manifesto. It's also training its guns on corruption in state governments, on lax administration. It's running its fair share of gossip columns and all of that also, because Panikkar knows how to cater to what people want to read. So there's a judicious mix of politics and gossip and fun stuff. But you also see this sort of realization dawning that this isn't something that he's going to end up in as a field, right? Because at some point, the Hindustan Times begins incurring losses. The Akalis are now seeing it as this kind of white elephant. They want to get rid of it. There is talk that the management is going to shift to a far more right-wing agenda. Panikkar wants nothing to do with that. And eventually, you have this set of circumstances being set up where he's forced to leave. And then you have a much newer, younger board coming in. GD Birla is on the board and all of that. And it's a great learning curve for Panikkar because he realizes that this isn't the kind of stepping stone he thought it would be into politics. But what he has learned is what propaganda can be and how it can be used effectively to push a national movement or to stymie a national movement, depending on who's running a paper, what voices they're encouraging, what agenda they're encouraging. That is his greatest takeaway from journalism at this point. I think he gets a much freer hand with journalism when he is in Europe in the mid-1920s and he's writing articles for all kinds of international journals and papers at this point. And he's essentially doing much of what Nehru was doing also in the mid-1920s, which is letting the world know what India's national movement was about and what India was aspiring towards. And that is the kind of, really angry patriotic journalism that he's always wanted to do. But he discovers that, when you are functioning within a certain national framework and a certain political framework, you're expected to toe certain lines, which he was not willing to do. And I think journalism taught him that. I think after this, that was the Hindustan Times was his last active stint as a journalist, which I think is interesting because he keeps up a spate of journalism across many subjects abroad and indeed in India. So while he's not an active journalist anymore and he realizes why he doesn't want to be one, he keeps up a spate of journalism, which is interesting to see.
He remains a public intellectual. And the interesting thing about this is that this man is founding editor of the Hindustan Times and he's basically 30 years old.
Yeah.
Right? He's so young.
He's very young.
And has to reinvent himself. Before I get to the reinvention and what happens after 1925, let's stick with that period for a moment, or rather the 10 years leading up to that period, and give me a sense of how his thinking evolved in terms of thinking of what we today call India vis-a-vis the British Empire, right? Because today, it's very easy to look at the lines on the map and think all this was inevitable, etc., etc. But you're sitting there within the British Empire. Sedition has a different meaning from what it does today. There are all kinds of concepts floating around like dominion status, home rule, etc., etc. There are all kinds of possible futures that are possible. And it's not that there is one India. There is the issue of the princely states. And again, a subject like federalism is a complicated subject that he starts grappling with while he's a student in Oxford itself, right? Where he's writing about it.
Yeah.
So take me through how his thinking on this particular issue of this land vis-a-vis the empire, and what are the possible futures and what are the possibilities and what should be done and what is possible, how that is evolving in all of these years.
I think, like you said, it starts evolving when he is in college. And it is at that point, it's being shaped largely by war, by what he's seeing also at home. It's being shaped by what he sees when he comes back from the war and sees that the country is facing inflation, unemployment, the Spanish flu. Travancore is at that point undergoing a famine at that point. All of that is beginning to build into figuring out what India is vis-a-vis the empire, which is where the Greater India school of thought comes in, which is where his own idea of nationalism begins taking root. You have a sense of citizenship beginning to evolve, particularly in the aftermath of the war. You have Panikkar following debates on federation and the Commonwealth, which are ongoing at this point, particularly against the backdrop of the Boer War. And you have Panikkar constantly figuring out what it means to be a subject of the empire, what it means to be a citizen of your own country, particularly in the aftermath of a global war. At the Treaty of Versailles in 1919, he watches Bikaner being one of the signatories to the signing of the Treaty of Versailles. He reads of Bikaner saying, we have to remind the world that India represents 1/5 of the human race. And it's this hugely magnetic moment for him. He's from a princely state himself. And he's beginning to see the princes now, especially after the First World War, beginning to sit up and say, okay, we want to be counted for what we have done for the empire. You have a Chamber of Princes being created in 1920. It's largely a consultative advisory body, doesn't really mean anything. And the princes have been in this constant tug of war with the Raj, since 1858. When their treaties have been defined, there are treaties for different states. There's a different concept of paramountcy and sovereignty for each different state. And so there's this constant reinvention of the princely state's relationship with the empire also as you go through the years. Panikkar is now becoming aware of the fact that the princely states will at some point need to be counted. And he's seeing this throughout his career, right? So he's seeing it even as Gandhi's emissary in Amritsar. He's seeing it in Travancore with the temple entry movement and Gandhi's and the Congress's ambiguity towards getting involved with that movement because they don't want to interfere with the Maharaja's autonomy. You see it in his pieces in the Hindustan Times when he's editor and he's saying that the Congress needs to be not non-ambiguous about supporting, getting the princely states on board the national movement. So you see Panikkar constantly sort of bringing together different threads and different narratives that he sees across the span of the national movement. You also see Panikkar immensely influenced by global events. So the First World War, while that sort of invited him to think about what it meant to be a subject versus a citizen, as he progresses through his career, as he moves to Europe in between 1925 and 27, and begins sort of dabbling in anarchism, begins sort of interacting with Southeast Asian intellectuals and freedom fighters from across the colonies of the empire, he begins to understand that, any sense of freedom for India has to be Asia-centric, not Eurocentric. So his ideas for India are not just developing within the framework of a national movement, but within the concept of an entire world that is changing. So when you look at Panikkar's trajectory of quest of what it means to be Indian, it is not just within the bounds of this country. It is actively a zooming out to look at where India is in a map of the world and what that is going to look like for us with an eventual transfer of power. And these are all balls that are all up in the air at this point. The 1920s, 30s, this is all incredibly communally fluid time, politically fluid, ideologically fluid. Everybody is looking for what an idea of India is. It's not just Panikkar. Panikkar is just one of the many ideas that is contributing towards what an India should look like. And obviously, everyone knows the major milestones of the national movement, but you see Panikkar's mind sort of adapting to changes in political circumstance and constitutional circumstance. So what he's thinking of in 1919 is radically different to where he's at in 1939 and bitterly disillusioned with the failure of federation. It's very different to what it is in 1945 when he's thinking about maritime policy and he's thinking about foreign policy in general. He's thinking about, how the Second World War has changed the concept of what it means to have natural barriers like the Himalayas, for instance. They are no longer an impregnable barrier. Air power has changed everything. So now you need to think about not just naval power, but air power. You need to supplement your naval power with air power in order to be, counted as a power that can defend itself. You see him progressing towards representing us on the global stage. And constantly, and this is not to say that there is not derailment along the way. Certainly China was an area where he did get derailed, but you have him being brought back as member of the States Reorganization Commission to contribute yet again to what an idea of India should be. And this is now in the aftermath of partition, it's in the aftermath of transfer of power, it's in the presence of a prime minister who really doesn't want the country to be reorganized along the lines of language. And he goes ahead and says, he and his co-members submit a report which says that, okay, yes, it's not ideal, but we feel that it should be in the interests of federal unity, be reorganized on the basis of linguistic borders. Um, Again, this is a contribution to an idea of India in a post-colonial world, right? This is now a man who previously, before he joined the States Reorganization Commission, had been on the same page as Nehru and had felt that if you encourage regional and linguistic nationalisms, what it will do is undermine the overall sense of patriotism and nationalism that we have and that we need to hold on to in the aftermath of partition. But when he actively tours the country along with the other members of the States Reorganization Commission, he realizes that in the interests of federal unity, this is something that he will have to do. And in fact, he puts together a 10-page dissent note and calls for the bifurcation of Uttar Pradesh in the interests of federal unity. And that's something that makes both the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh and Nehru livid, because nobody wants that. But he goes ahead and puts the note in there anyway. So his idea of India is something that is fascinating, because you can see that evolving right from when he is a first year student in Oxford, right to when he dies. It's something where and you can see the stresses and pulls of the different times that he finds himself living through. Like in the 1960s, he rejects Sampurnanand's Committee on Emotional Integration, which is basically calling for a standardization of education. It's calling for nationalization of textbooks, and you have to sing the national anthem. And his is a mind that has been so fluid for all these years. He's never had to standardize anything, and in all of his writings you find a real stress on the fact that India is a heterogeneous, it's not a monolith, it's a heterogeneous body of many cultures and languages and religions, and it must be so in order to stay so. So he rejects Sampurnanand and he says, no, I won't. I don't approve of this. And, it shocks Sampurnanand, because this is something that there's a great push towards that at that point. And he dissents and he says, no, this is not something that I believe India should be pushing towards. So there's this whole stress and pull between what he thinks India should be, parts of which become problematic in post-colonial in the post-colonial world, and parts of which are true, right? And when you put this together, it's the portrait of a mind that is very much in evolution. It never stops evolving, and it never stops seeking answers to some of the greatest questions of his life.
That's such a great summary of how his thinking of the idea of India evolved. How did his idea of himself and his role in it evolve? Like, what were his personal ambitions? What did he want to be? Like, if you look at the arc at what you might see a certain part of his life and say, oh, he wants to be a writer, or he wants to be a public intellectual, or he wants to be a big media figure. And at different parts, you might say, oh, he wants to be a politician. He wants to be, up there with Gandhi and Nehru. Or, oh, he wants to be an administrator when he's with the princely states and he's doing all of that. And then, of course, he reshaped himself much later into a foreign policy thinker and etc. etc. So, what is the feedback loop between these? The ideas that he's deeply concerned about and what he wants to do, and what he wants to do, and the ideas that he then indulges in. Because all of the foreign policy stuff, does that lead to his being an ambassador and his, that particular career, or what is the loop between those? And what did he really want to be? Like, did he want to be a player? Did he want to be influential? Did he want to be famous? Did he ever think to himself in a dark and lonely night, I could have been a contender? What's happening there?
I think, there's this one line in his memoir where he says that, there were many times at which I look back upon my life and I asked myself, could I have done something better? Or could I have been better? And I think that was something that, the private Panikkar sometimes wondered. And you see certain senses of disillusionment coming out because there were certain causes that he espoused that sometimes came to grief. Like when Federation went off the rails, he was very, very disillusioned, and he is very bitter about it. In several letters that he writes also, where he basically says that I have long wanted to serve my country, but instead I ended up serving the princes. And it's a moment of anger and it's a moment of disillusionment, but you get a sense of a man who was constantly frustrated in an attempt to serve a developing idea of the country. I think that was his greatest goal, was to contribute in some way to understanding his country better and to understanding where his country should be after an empire exited. I think that was his greatest quest. I think if you layer that in with a man who was very ambitious and a man who definitely wanted to make a name for himself and a man who ensured that he was where he needed to be at certain points in his career, I think you would have a sort of sense of what this man was actively like. This was not a man who liked being behind the scenes in any way. This was a man who liked to make his voice known and liked to make his voice heard. He had opinions. He wasn't afraid to share those opinions. And he really wasn't afraid to stick to an opinion once he had it. And you see him constantly reinventing himself through various stages of his career because he felt that at that moment, it was where he needed to be. Like when he, for instance, becomes secretary to the Chamber of Princes, it's because he genuinely felt very passionately about the cause of federation. That was something that he felt the larger goal was to bring the princely state on board with the provinces of India, of British India. And that was his larger goal, right? So he felt that, okay, if I can serve that larger goal by being here, then I'll be here, right? And you see that throughout his career. So I think the unconventionality of his career just speaks to the many ways in which he wanted to serve that idea of India better and to contribute to it better.
Before we kind of wind up, I want to ask about two of the major sort of themes of his life and the journeys that took him on simultaneously. And one is federation. Like, what was that journey like through the 1930s? What was happening? Give me a sense of how the ideas evolved and how his journey evolved and how then they ended.
So this goes back to the end of the First World War, right? The princely states have contributed men and material to the war effort. Now they are saying, okay, we deserve to be recompensed in some way. Bikaner has taken things to a whole different level by being a signatory to the Treaty of Versailles. Now the Raj is uncomfortably aware that the princely states will have to be assuaged in some way or another, which is why the Chamber of Princes is created. All through the 1920s, you have many of these princes sort of speaking to the Raj in different capacities, making their case for constitutional safety at various points in time. And it's going parallel to the fact that these are rulers who are very easy to lampoon, right? I mean, you gave a great description of the example of the Maharaja of Alwar. You had the Maharaja of Patiala, whose, sex life was legendary even in those days. There were many princes, who could be written off and who actually were very erudite, articulate men as far as it came to the question of their territorial sovereignty, their paramountcy, their boundaries, privileges. Now they were saying, okay, we want to be counted. The Raj was consistently saying, even as late as 1926, that listen, the paramountcy of the crown is what you will answer to. We are not going anywhere. Again, zooming out is important because, again, this is in the context of the aftermath of the First World War. The Raj has realized that India strategically is too valuable a colony for any kind of concrete promises to be made. This is when Panikkar enters the picture. Now, he has been writing about the princely states since 1919. And again, you see a sort of evolution in his thought towards the princely states at that point. Also, first of all, he starts writing very sneering pieces where he dismisses them as being zenana-ridden and prone to backstair intrigues. Then he reaches a point in the 20s where he is basically saying, okay, you can't really write them off as feudatory states. They have to be counted at some point. This is after he's seen the temple entry movement. This is after he's seen Amritsar. This is after he's seen the Congress ambiguity towards the princely states, all of that. By the time he meets Haksar in the late 1920s, it is at a point where he has written a tract which is basically saying that these are actually good examples of local self-governance, right? If they can be brought on board the bandwagon of national India, this is actually going to be a plus point for the national movement. And in fact, it must be done. And federation is the means to get there. Now, he's by no means an innovator in the idea of federation. Federation has been around for a while now. But he is certainly the first to articulate it to the right person. So that is taken forward. The 1930s, which are dominated by the first three roundtables, is, as a biographer, it made for almost eye-crossing reading because the archives are genuinely so full of legal and constitutional technicalities that I at least really had to sit and really pass through them repeatedly, multiple times, because these were also rulers who, while being erudite and articulate and all of that, were actively, many of them didn't like each other. Many of them had egos the size of Brazil. Many of them had personalities that were too big. Many of them, like the Nizam of Hyderabad, just said, no, we don't want to be part of any federation. We will do our things our own way, and, how dare you consider us. You had to take all of these things on board. And it's at this point that you see Panikkar actively emerging as a diplomat of sorts behind the scenes, because he had to deal with so many different personalities, so many egos. You had people like Patiala and Bikaner didn't like each other. And then there was an election in the Chamber of Princes, which was completely rigged by Bikaner so that Bhopal became Chancellor. Patiala didn't like that, so he basically flounced off to the other end of the federation spectrum and said, no, now federation sucks, and I am espousing the complete opposite of that. And so there was chaos at any given point in time. And for advisors like Panikkar, it was harrowing to live through that level of intrigue and that level of machination, which he had to contend with at any given point. Towards the end of the 1930s, you have the Government of India Act coming into play in 1935, and Panikkar knows that this is as much as the princes are going to get it at that point, right? And it's a significant step forward. But the princes are, by this point, so caught up in their own fears and their own suspicions. They don't like the sound of an instrument of accession. They don't know what that means as far as lapse of paramountcy is concerned. What does that mean as far as their privileges go? What does that mean as far as their boundaries go? Do their treaties with the crown lapse? If so, what does that mean as far as any national government is concerned? They're so caught up in all of this that eventually there is no hope for federation, right? Add to which you have the Second World War, and you have the Viceroy, who is Linlithgow at that point, sending the country to war. You have Congress ministries resigning. You have also the rise of popular movements within the states at this point, and this has been happening since the 1920s, which is also making Panikkar very well aware of the fact that the writing is on the wall as far as the princely states are concerned. They have to sit up and do their best to get on board a cohesive idea of India. And this is, a shift that you see in him in the 1940s. By this point, he's in Bikaner. He's sick and tired of the Chamber of Princes. He's very glad that he's out of all of that. By this point, he is firmly of the point that popular democratic politics is the order of the day. The princes have to sit up, they have to get on board, and the national movement has to take them on board. And it's at this point that he starts writing these PR pieces for Foreign Affairs and all of that. But this is a sort of 2-decade evolution where he reaches the point of complete frustration, where he says that, okay, the day of the princely states is over. The writing is on the wall. And I think the last steps towards that, like the actual bringing them on board, was done by Sardar Patel and VP Menon. But this whole arc of his thinking is very interesting to see, because you see him all through the 20s, 30s, and 40s trying to make this happen and knowing that it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it almost feels like a relay race that he's passing the baton on to, VP Menon, and suddenly, for just a moment, both your biographies are holding hands. The next phase, he was a serious thinker in foreign policy as well. The maritime policy stuff, especially, is pretty pioneering. And he also, of course, served as a diplomat in China. His last gig was in France, where he got his stroke, and etc., etc. So, take me through that period of time. Like, was he writing about foreign policy from a long time before this? How did his thinking on that evolve, and what was going on there?
So his writing on foreign policy basically begins evolving from the 1920s onwards, when he's writing books like Malabar and the Portuguese, Malabar and the Dutch. It's all grounded in history. It's all grounded in a reminder of the fact that if we have to articulate a foreign policy as a post-colonial nation, we have to remember who we used to be at one point in time. And you see the first glimmers of an effective maritime policy starting with Malabar and the Portuguese, articulated more in Malabar and the Dutch, and then going forward, driven by his experiences of the Second World War and what he's seeing the Japanese being capable of doing. And by the 1940s, by the early 1940s, you have Panikkar being established very much on the scene as a foreign policy thinker. He's got the eye of Whitehall. He's got the eye of, he's always had Nehru's eye, but Nehru is very much more interested at this point. He's got the eye of foreign journalists also, so he's producing a lot more work geared towards modern India's defense and security and geopolitical aspirations. So by the time he is dispatched to China, he is very much established on the scene as a revisionist historian who thinks of India as Indians should be thinking of themselves. He's established himself as a foreign policy mandarin. He's very much on the scene as a commentator of important issues. He is sent to China, which is his first diplomatic posting, at a time when, we've just seen transfer of power. We are still dealing with the fallout of partition. We do not have a trained diplomatic service. So Nehru basically has to send men and women that he can trust and whose opinions and dispatches back he can trust. This does result in some strange postings. You have Asaf Ali being sent as our ambassador to Washington, D.C. You have Vijay Lakshmi Pandit being dispatched to Moscow. You have Panikkar being sent to China. Now, to go into the whole technicalities of his stint in China would be to, take up another 5 hours of our time here. But there was a mix of things that happened. I think Panikkar gets a bad rap when it comes to his stint in China. I think there was a mix of factors. One was he was not a trained diplomat. In fact, his first stint in China, which is during the dying gasps of the nationalist regime in China, he's actually quite prescient, because he's in China when the civil war is turning its tide. The communists are looking set to come in, and he basically writes to Nehru and says, when the communists come in, they will actively do what nationalist China has already set in motion and consolidate territories that they feel historically have been theirs. So you see him going to China as a sharer of Nehru's own belief of Asian solidarity, right? And if you look at Panikkar's early trajectory, it's something that he's also believed in. And it ties in with Nehru's vision of an India and China dominating a new modern Asia, so to speak, based on civilizational history and all of that. Where he starts to falter is in communist China, where you see him visibly and slightly hilariously swept away by his impressions of communist leaders. Like, he dispatches to Nehru that, Chou Enlai has fingers which resemble tender green onion shoots, and Mao is the new Moses that will lead his people to the promised land and all of that. He is also in China at a point when New Delhi really hasn't developed a cohesive policy towards Tibet at this point. We are very ambiguous, and you see there's this constant slew of telegrams and missives back and forth from New Delhi and Peking, with both New Delhi and Panikkar trying to figure out policy on the fly. right? So there is immense scope for a lot to go wrong, and a lot does go wrong. You have Nehru completely bypassing MEA colleagues like Girija Shankar Bajpai and KPS Menon, who are saying, look, what Panikkar is reporting from China, you have to take it with a kilo of salt because we need to look at our security interests. Sardar Patel is warning of this. They are warning of this. Nehru still chooses to listen to Panikkar. You also have to take into account the fact that we are now in a world of Cold War. The US has entered the picture. We need the US support at this point. So there are different considerations for Nehru to make as well also. This is not to say that Panikkar's reportage from communist China is not shaky. It was more than shaky because he was saying one thing when it was very clear that that thing was not going to happen. He was also guilty of leaving out border negotiations with Zhou Enlai when there was a chance for a settlement on the border to have taken place. He just completely omitted that completely. He said that, okay, but on our maps, that border is as it is. And, Nehru has mentioned it in parliament, so why should I take it up? I assume the Chinese know that this is the border. Now, if you're the ambassador, you can't assume anything on the ground. And there were colleagues that were saying, why is this happening? Why is he leaving out the border from negotiations? Again, they were not listened to. Nehru was listening to what he wanted to listen to. So there is a lot of shared blame, I feel, here as far as our policies in China and Panikkar are concerned. I don't think it's fair to pin decades worth of history on one man alone. And, everything I've said is still a quarter of what actually happens in the book. So, there's a lot more here than meets the eye. But you have a prime minister who, despite the controversy in China, despite all of that, still sends Panikkar as our man in Egypt, still sends him there to represent Indian interests, to sort of fend off Pakistan and sort of protect Indian interests in the Middle East. And Panikkar is present at, crucial moments like the nationalization of the Suez Canal. He's present at a moment in Egyptian history where the Free Officers' Revolution has just taken place. Nasser is looking to establish a republic. Nasser is also looking to figure out his own foreign policy. It's a great moment to sort of unite Nehru and Nasser, and this is the beginning of the non-aligned movement. Panikkar is very influential in bringing that to pass. Then he comes back and is a member of the States Reorganization Commission. His last posting is to France, and his brief is basically, look after some of our defense deals in France and also report back on Guy Mollet's ideas of what he wants to do in France. Now, at this point, what has happened with China has left a definite shadow on Panikkar's diplomatic career. And again, it's one of the strange paradoxes of the time, and I'm calling it strange because it sounds strange sitting in 2025 that somebody can make such grave errors of judgment and still be posted not just to crucial postings, but have opinions that are still considered to be very crucial. And I'm completely leaving out Panikkar's role in being our emissary in the Korean War, because that's covered with great detail in the book. This was a man whose opinion Nehru valued immensely, and this was despite how irritated he was with Panikkar. And by this point, he was supremely irritated with Panikkar because he had asked Panikkar expressly to ensure unity and to not make a case for linguistic reorganization of borders, and Panikkar had not listened. He had also, this was just serving to irritate him further and further because China was still cropping up through the years. He was constantly facing trouble on the ground as far as China was concerned. It all went back to Panikkar's omissions as far as Zhou Enlai and the border was concerned. And this was a prime minister who really, really did respect Panikkar, but was also thoroughly irritated with him, And at some point, he just refused outright sometimes to have Panikkar's opinion on certain things. He never did it to Panikkar's face. It would always be done writing to some undersecretary or writing to his sister saying, look, just leave Panikkar out of this. Don't involve him. And it's it's interesting to see as Panikar's career comes to a close, how, as both men are nearing the ends of their lives, in fact, that each of them begin to diverge as far as their opinions on the country are concerned, and as their opinions on where the country should go are concerned. In fact, during this whole language debate, Panikkar says, Hindi should be the national language, and it's a comment that takes Nehru completely aback, because Nehru says, no, India is a country of many languages, and you cannot give supremacy to just one language. And these are all moments where, again, Panikkar is sort of writing now in a sense of knowing that he is nearing the end of his life. And in fact, the last years of his life are marked by this really weird sense of knowing that his end was coming. He'd had a stroke, his health was not the same. And he was beginning to talk about death quite a lot. He's beginning to muse about it quite a bit. And I think there was a sense of an ending almost. And I think at that point is where he begins to just write, without thinking about anything, because I think he knows that his days are coming to an end. And when he does die, it's a moment of great grief personally for Nehru also, because this is the loss of a man who has stimulated him, irritated him, and annoyed him, but has been somebody whose opinion he has respected all through the years.
So is the last act in Great Lives always a tragedy? Like Nehru certainly was. Panikkar, I can imagine that sense of futility, that sense of wistfulness, that, wow, I'm making him sound like me. And so on. So what is your sense? What are his last writings like? Is it a tragic life? Like, what's his Malayalam writing like during that period?
I think he keeps up a spate of writing that is still very wistful and is still very tender. He is writing in a far more sort of harder way about Indian identity and about Hinduism and about where India should go. He's doubled down a lot about things like Hindi being the national language. I think it's something to do with knowing that, like I said, it's the sense of an ending, right? He's had this stroke. He knows that his career is more or less in the public gaze is over. And he's now writing without thinking about too much. He dies I found it sadly poignant. He died, he was Vice Chancellor of Mysore University, and he had organized a lecture by Amiya Chakravarti. And he was very happy. He was looking forward to the lecture and all of that. He felt a pain in his heart when the poet was on stage, and the hall was full. And people who saw him said that later he didn't say anything was wrong. He just left holding his hat over his heart. And he died, in the car on the way home. And by the time he got to the house, he had collapsed in the back seat, and the driver ran in to get Gauri. And by the time she ran out, he had gone. So in that sense, I think it was a sad end. I think it was a life that was magnificently lived. I think it was almost panoramic life, because it was lived against the backdrop of war and revolution and freedom, and so much more than I think the young Panikkar would have ever dreamed of it being. And I think along the way, he loved some good women, and particularly one good woman. I think, he served the country in many more ways than he would ever have imagined. And I think, I'd like to think that if in retrospect he had to sit and sort of take a look back at his life, I think he'd be very proud, despite everything.
I think that description you quote at the start of your book, and which you mentioned of him as an impossible man, is so apt. Like, there's this lovely song I love by Wilco called Impossible Germany. Like, the first two lines are Impossible Germany, Unlikely Japan. And I think your two books could easily be called Impossible Panikkar, Unlikely Menon. So my last question, since we are running out of time, my last question is back to you. You cannot evade the difficult question that is coming, because I have been warned by knowledgeable Nair sources of your terrible taste in popular culture. And so I normally ask at the end of my episodes my guests to share for me and my listeners books, films, music that means a lot to them and they want to share with all the world. And for you, I will include in it the exhortation that please include your guilty pleasures.
My guilty pleasures would have to be trash Bollywood, which is anything Govinda and anything 1990s. Some of which was not trash, of course, but I particularly like the trash.
Sarkari khatiya private karo.
Yes. And yeah, I would have to say that would be my absolute guilty pleasure.
Which are your favorite Govinda films?
Don't make me.
No, please.
Don't make me do it.
Please.
Okay, fine. Coolie number 1.
So you can go beyond guilty pleasures if you're feeling embarrassed now. Books, films, music, art.
Books is too many. I love biographies. So honestly, I love any good biography. I think Anne de Courcy writes excellent social biographies as well as political biographies. Sonia Purnell, her books on Winston Churchill's wife as well as Virginia Hall, who was one of Britain's foremost women spies. She writes great books. Ben McIntyre is a great favorite. I love his work. Yeah, those are my top authors, I think. And movies would be anything that has a side of murder. I have my current favorite. I'm in my vintage mystery era, so Miss Fisher's Murder Mysteries is what I'm currently watching, and I'm about to get to Bookish, which is the latest Mark Gatiss one. But before that was Department Q with Matthew Good, which is also a great show.
Excellent. Films, music.
Music would be anything 1970s, 1980s, 1990s. I grew up with a dad who loved everything from Motown to Elvis to Frank Sinatra. So I love all of that. Sade, Bon Jovi, Pink Floyd, The Verve, Oasis. Those are all my great favorites.
Amaze, thank you so much for coming on the show. This was great fun. Keep writing. And yeah, this was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Despite being a 4.5-hour episode, I don't think I managed to do enough justice to A Man for All Seasons. So do buy the book. It's an excellent book, great storytelling, just like her previous book on VP Menon. You can follow Narayani on Twitter at Narayani_Basu. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and every podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Are you still listening? Are you still listening? But thank you anyway. I appreciate it. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.